gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all on the second day of the online National Leadership Conclave of AIMA. The theme of the conclave this year is the big disruption, leadership in the post-COVID world. We had some amazing and very interactive sessions today, and we would continue our journey today also. We'd like to once again thank all our sponsors who supported the conclave, our co-sponsors Kevin Care Limited, Hero Enterprise, JK Paper Limited, RP-Sanjiv Goenka Group, associate sponsors Kirloskar Brothers Limited and Vodafone Idea Limited, corporate sponsors VSC, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Tata Chemicals Limited, our committee of hosts, Dempo Group of Companies, Nico Engineering Services, and Patton International. A big thank you to all our sponsors. Without further ado, let me hand it over to Director General AIMA, Ms. Rekha Sethi, to kickstart the proceedings. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We start today's proceedings of the National Leadership Conclave with a topic which has taken up the entire nation's mind space and is relevant for each one of us. Vaccinating India, immunizing 1.4 billion people in a rush. May I welcome on the virtual stage Dr. Krishna Ella, Chairman and Managing Director, Bharat Biotech International Limited, Dr. Shiv Sareen, Director, Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences, and Mr. Srinivasan Jain, Managing Editor, NDTV. Dr. Ella, it is a privilege to have you on the AIMA platform, and I think for the first time, but not the last, I hope. And many thanks for agreeing to talk to us on your thoughts for vaccinating India cheaply and quickly. You have led the Indian effort to develop a COVID vaccine, and the Prime Minister has taken a shot of Bharat Biotech's Covaxin in a show of confidence. A molecular biologist by training, you have been a serial entrepreneur and have founded businesses in the areas of veterinary vaccines, food processing, and biotech infrastructure. You have risen to the challenge of COVID, and your partnership with the government's ICMR has been vital in India's bid to contain and eradicate COVID. In this session, we would love to know from you how India can immunize its 1.4 billion people quickly so that the country can get back to business. Many thanks once again for joining us and a warm welcome to you. Dr. Sareen, again, first time with AIMA, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you with us, and thank you for agreeing to do this session. An innovative clinician and a distinguished medical professional, your advice has been pivotal in the Delhi government's efforts to increase COVID testing and vaccination and the promotion of COVID-appropriate behavior. A pioneering doctor, you led the hepatitis B vaccination program in India, and you are the founding director of the Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences. Thank you for joining us, and a warm welcome to you. Mr. Srinivasan Jain, it's a pleasure. Again, I think it's the third person in a row to have you with us for the first time in AIMA, and many thanks for agreeing to moderate the session. A veteran of TV journalism and one of the more respected news show anchors, you host some of the most watched shows on NDTV, including Reality Check and Truth versus Hype. Thank you for joining us, and a very warm welcome to you. India is witnessing a fresh wave of COVID infections, even as the country is on a vaccination drive. There are constraints on the availability of vaccines because of production and distribution bottlenecks, and also because of competition between countries for cornering the available vaccines. In this session, we will find out how India can ramp up its vaccine output, distribution, and options so that we can get back to normal life and business soon. With these words, I'm pleased to hand over the session to Mr. Srinivasan Jain. Over to you, Srinivasan.
Thank you very much indeed, Rekha, and to AIMA for allowing me to be part of this very important session. I won't spend too much time on any further introductions because I know everyone is eager to hear from these two very important voices we have who are absolutely central to this current imbroglio that we find ourselves in, where on one hand, India is seen very much as the vaccine factory of the world, rightly so, because of pioneers like Dr. Ella and others. And on the other hand, we're also facing the worst, one would say, or almost the worst globally of this frightening second wave. So how do we make sense of that? On one hand, we are this vaccine powerhouse, and on the other hand, we seem to be grappling against this second wave. So the format, as I understand it from the organizers, is that we shall have a conversation with these gentlemen for a good 30 odd minutes. And then we will get a chance to get some questions as well from the audience towards the end. So do send in your questions, and we'll try and make it as interactive as possible. And of course, organizers, do alert me when we're running out of time, because television anchors, if they're given a free writ, can keep going on and on, especially when you have such terrific panelists. Okay, on that note, let me just start with you, Dr. Ella, because I think the big question everybody wants to know is, you are one of the two domestic vaccine makers who are at the front line of vaccine production at this time. What are some of the challenges you're facing? Because on one hand, we are trying to ramp up vaccination as the second wave gets worse. The government is talking of Tika Utsavs and so on. They've now broadened the parameters to include everybody above the age of 18 from the 1st of May. But you are getting reported multiple instances of state governments and others saying that we're running short of vaccine. So what are the challenges you're facing at this time as a vaccine manufacturer?
It's really honored to meet you, Srinivas Jain. And finally, I think I want to thank Munjal forced me to be there, and I'm really honored to interact. And I think, the two sectors are facing a problem in this country. One is the vaccine manufacturers, and second is hospitals. Both are at the loggerheads of the both. We are facing all the brickbats of the entire system. One wants to make more vaccine, one wants to have more hospital beds, and the other side of it. And it's a very challenging time. One, when you have a disease, some of the employees also can get, their family gets sick. So getting employees moving into the manufacturing facility, everything is a challenging for us. Getting a raw material is a challenging for us. And then I want to say one thing which I've never been told to anybody. The live vaccine and inactivated vaccine, there are two major platforms. The live vaccine is like adenovirus vector-based vaccines, and inactivated vaccine, you kill the vaccine. The productivity of inactivated vaccine is 1 out of 100. If somebody live vaccine can be manufactured 100 doses, inactivated can only make 1 dose.
Right.
So that speaks, the technological platform problems.
And yours is the inactivated.
Ours is inactivated.
Vaccine.
So
yes,
it's comparable. But I think, what we are doing right now is that we had only started with one manufacturing facility in the beginning, thinking when we were doing clinical trial, because we need to have BSL-3 facility. So we had only one BSL at that time. We started that and start doing all the clinical trial and all that. But the second facility got activated. Now two BSL 2+ production facilities also activated. Now we have 4 production facilities activated in Hyderabad. We are ramping up the production right now. And I think, by July, August, we will be able to reach 700 million doses to 800 million dose production capacity per annum. And I think I just want to tell you, Srinivas, that the inactivated vaccine, anybody produced in the world, maximum 150 million doses only. That is Sanofi. Nobody else produced more than 150 million inactivated vaccine anywhere in the world.
150 million doses
is what people produce globally, inactivated vaccine.
Annually, you mean?
Annually. Okay. And we are reaching 700 to 800 million dose capacity. That actually speaks the capability of the Indian company that can ramp up the inactivated vaccine to that extent. So people know 700 million is not a great. The other people can make 1 billion doses. So I don't want to be correlated in that fashion. So I think it's reaching 700 million. And I think the nice thing about this vaccine, it can reach to children's from 2 years and above, but we have not done a clinical trial. Right now, we got the approval of the clinical trial. We'll be starting soon on children's from 2 years to older. So I think, India is in a well position. The only thing is the timing was too short for a population of 1.4 billion.
Right.
But I think, I would say strongly, by next 6 months, we will ramp up a lot of platform technologies, a lot of other platform technologies. So we will not be left over behind.
So if I can just ask you, just to put it in perspective, Dr. Ella, you're saying you'll be able to reach 700 million doses annually by the end of the year. At the moment, what is your current production
We have right now, last month we produced 15 million doses. This month we're reaching 20 million. Next month we'll reach around 30 million, followed by ramp up by 75 million doses. Okay. Because we're adding the Bangalore facility, two new production facilities in Bangalore, which are BSL 3+ facility that is also getting activated.
Okay, because we were trying to do some math about the gap between vaccine production and consumption, and our numbers are slightly outdated. So please correct me if I've got it wrong or if their numbers are outdated. This is about I would say about 3 weeks old numbers that we found, that Covishield is producing about 21 lakh doses a day. Covaxin was about 1.6 lakh doses a day. That comes to about 23 lakh doses a day. But we were administering at that time, that number must have gone up, 33 lakh doses a day. That was the target being achieved by the government. So there was a shortfall of about 10 lakh doses on a daily basis. So
10 lakhs is a 1 million doses. I think is a reachable 1 million dose reachable by June, July. We'll be able to reach 1 million dose per month, per day, 1 million per day. We'll be able to reach by June, July. We'll be able to reach that.
Oh, okay, wonderful.
See, you look at it, they give 30 million doses order to Government of India. We supplied all the 30 million doses for last 3 months.
Right.
April, they want us to supply 10 million and we are ready to supply. Already, we supplied 8 million doses. So another 2 million we supply, we are done with the 2 million of this month.
Okay. Just one final question before I move to Dr. Sareen. As far as the whole funding question is concerned, because that's again something which came up, I think Adar Poonawalla also raised it, that there is a question of being able to advance lines of credit to you, make advance payments, because you're trying to ramp up production and because you're producing at this extraordinary time. The government has indicated that they are willing to do some front loading of payments. I believe the figure mentioned was 2,000 crores to SII and 1,000 crores to Bharat Biotech. Have you heard any, I mean, firstly, how important is that advance funding to you? And have you heard anything from the government about it, about receiving it?
Srinivasan, we never asked even for production and clinical trial and all the pay, anything, so far, we never took any money from the Government of India. Even including our clinical trial, we spent almost 350 crores for phase 2, phase 3 trial. We spent 350 crores, we never took money from the government. So we had we thought it's a moral obligation for us to help the community. You may think it's a philosophical or you say it's political. I'm not interested in that. But I can tell you honestly, as a scientist, it's my moral obligation to help the community. If anything, I can do it. And that's why we never went behind any government for any funding at all for our inactivated vaccine.
No, I appreciate that. I'm just saying that as you ramp up and expand, are you looking for some kind of...
No, money was a secondary. Money was a secondary for us. The problem was getting ready with the facilities, upgrading the facilities to risk analysis to meet the global requirement. Because we can't make a vaccine just like that. We need to have, because in WHO, we are pre-qualified company, 5 vaccines. Yeah. WHO pre-qualified. If anything they come, oh, you're not done this project like this. So that means you're not up to the standard. That will get into trouble for us. So we need to follow certain standards of global standard. And we followed that. We upgraded the 4 facilities. Now it came up the facility. That's why it got delayed. But we are never lack of money. No, I think we have enough funds. And we are, thanks to rotavirus vaccine and typhoid conjugate and rabies, we are doing very well in the project. I think we may be poor people, but not short of good heart.
Rich in other respects. Dr. Sareen, why did you come in here? Because I think the thing that has become a very urgent question at this time is about the manner in which this vaccine rollout has happened. The government has set ambitious targets, but halfway through that, we're seeing the shortage of vaccines. We're seeing some hospitals and vaccination centers having to turn people away. We're also seeing vaccine hesitancy. People are still not buying in. What do you think are the lessons here? Has there been some amount of mismanagement? Has the planning not been sufficient in the manner in which it has been rolled out? Dr. Sareen, I think you might be on mute.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Srinivasan, and I want to thank Mr. Munjal and AIMA for inviting me for this very important session. Before I answer the vaccine-related issues, I would put in one or two things for better perspective. The recent surge in the number of those who are getting infected, people need to know this is a new virus in a way. It's a mutant virus which has very badly mutated, and kindly consider this as a new virus. This is posing challenges for diagnosis, posing challenges for us for antibody formation, even might pose some challenges for the vaccine makers. Also, it might even pose challenges for giving plasma, which was from the people who were of last year and not on the recent ones. It might also pose challenges for us in getting to understand our future drug targets. So first important message is the Darwinian theory is that to survival of the fittest. So the virus has to mutate. It will continue to mutate. Double mutant, triple mutant, 4 mutants, 20 viral different particles joining. So first thing remember is that we are facing an uphill task of a virus which is smarter than the current knowledge base. 2, our biggest vaccine is self-lockdown, and self-lockdown is this: putting your mask in a very good, proper manner, covering your nose and mouth, and not exposing others or not getting exposed from others. So self-lockdown, of course, is the most important and probably the best vaccine. And the third part is not to panic. We have to understand that this virus is going to stay. Maybe there would be waves, there can be endemics off and on. And therefore, we have to learn to live with it. We as doctors, you as media person, and my very respected and dear friend, Dr. Ella, to keep on innovating to make new vaccines. With that background in mind, and having starting with a new vigor to win this mutant, the new virus, and the question that you ask now is clear. Are we in a race to vaccinate? Yes, we are in a race to vaccinate, because vaccination of the type of the good vaccines available in India will certainly mitigate the viral injury. You know, the vaccine is actually what? It's giving you a dummy run of the virus actually coming. So body is ready with its army of cells, army of antibodies. So you can prevent when the actual invader, the virus comes. But it is not a lock and key every time that everyone has a good lock, and when they come, the virus cannot open. That lock is not so strong. So please remember that the vaccines that we have are not totally protective, 70, 80%, but 20% of the people may still get infected. The urgency of vaccination is there. And I think India, in my knowledge, probably is the only country other than maybe Israel or maybe Bhutan or so, where younger people 18 and above are likely to get vaccine. So India is a country which is maybe the vaccine manufacturing hub of the world. But we have challenges, and I have some suggestions for overcoming, maybe to Dr. Ella and maybe through you to others. And one of the ways is that we should make IP, our intellectual property right, less important. We should give to multiple manufacturers. Like Dr. Ella can make maybe 60 million dosages, but maybe the country needs 600 million. We have a huge population. So allow the way we can manufacture, we have to grow together. Like in the US, there was 18 billion US dollars were given by the US government under Operation Warp. 18 billion in the beginning to 9 manufacturing companies without their asking. Like Dr. Ella is not going to raise a very, without asking, the money was given so that people can ramp up their manufacturing capacity and innovate into new vaccines. So I think the government has come up with some money plan, but I think it's a bit late. We could have done it maybe much earlier. And if we could have ramped up our vaccine production earlier, we would have had maybe much better availability of vaccine. We could have opened this to the people at large. So people can buy the vaccine of their choice. The people can get it. in the place of their choice, and maybe more effective vaccines would come. So I think in the race to win against this virus, which is very fast,
Yes.
we need to ramp up, we need to open up, and we also have to see that we are ready with the new variants, the variants of concern of
Yes.
the virus with new innovative techniques.
Right. Some very important points. In fact, I was just going to ask Dr. Ella that, but I'm glad you brought it up. So, Dr. Ella, I think the big question really is about whether our two existing vaccines, including yours, Covaxin, are they effective against these variants? Do we know anything about that at all?
Srinivasan, we know about the UK, we know about the Brazilian P3 strain. Yes, it cross-neutralizes. South African, we don't know yet. We are working with South African country. We sent some sera to them. We are looking at those aspects of it. Coming to Indian double mutant, we don't have knowledge, but we'll have data probably in another week. So I'll give you optimism in a different way, okay? So we are using a Wuhan strain right now as a vaccine production. Suppose if Indian government feels, regulatory feels, the double mutant might be an important vaccine candidate. I can, just like a flu vaccine, I can hop in this strain, take it out, the Wuhan out, put it back into production, and start manufacturing that strain.
Right.
It's possible. It's a regulatory, and the government has to take the decision, not as a manufacturer. If the regulatory takes a decision, so we have India double mutant is a problem, or South African mutant is a problem, and we can replace it back fast with like a flu vaccine strategy. That's a nice thing about inactivated vaccine. I can plug in quickly and ramp up, replace back the production in 1 month and get it to the field. There's a flexibility, but that government has to take a decision, not us.
That has to come from the government side.
Yes.
Okay, but what you're saying is we're still waiting on the data to be able to gauge whether the vaccine is efficacious against this Indian strain, double mutant, whatever you call it.
Double mutant, we will be having by end of this week data on this matter coming out. But I don't want to trust people to come again, budge me. You said 1 week down and the data. So it takes time for us because it has to be worked in BSL-3. If any press wants to have quick data, I don't mind sending them into BSL-3 facility.
I don't know who wants to take that risk.
But we are very serious. We are very serious about it.
Right.
Want to know the data of that. If it is not working, how do we put the regulatory people into the game and change the strain quickly, put it back? So we are interested. We don't want a vaccine which doesn't work to the society. We don't want that.
So address that point also, because Dr. Sareen touched on it, that, one of the things that's happening to ordinary people is that they go out, they take the vaccine, perhaps 1 dose, perhaps even 2 doses, and they still get infected. And that makes them question the entire business of getting vaccinated. How would you sort of address that concern? Because as Dr. Sareen said, yes, some percentage will get infected. So is that something that's par for the course? But it's still important to have that protection. Dr. Ella.
Dr. Ella, please.
See, I'll put it very simple. Whether it is a Pfizer mRNA or the adenovirus vector-based vaccines or the inactivated vaccine, all of them vaccines, injectable vaccines, only protect the lower lung, not the upper lung. So many people do get the disease, but it will not be lethal. They don't need to have an hospitalization. We are seeing that from Pfizer to Adeno to Johnson and to Bharat Biotech, all vaccines, you will get the protection against seriousness of the disease. Okay. So that is one of the drawback of the all injectable vaccines. It is not that we want 100% protection like child vaccines, but it doesn't happen. But it's people still after vaccination, they still have to wear a mask, and I think that's a must because you will have a nasal infection still. If you look at a vaccinated person, you look at the nasal, you will still have some infection and you're still transmitting. That's why even British journals clearly said all vaccinated people still will have infection and transmission. You're not blocking the transmission yet. And only that will be blocked only with the nasal mucosal immunity. The mucosal immunity is the only one which can block the transmission, but not injectable vaccine. Okay. I think I'll leave it to Dr. Sareen.
Right. Dr. Sareen, the point about the question about whether these our vaccines are efficacious or not, as Dr. Ella was saying, that they'll have the data in a week's time, fingers crossed. But there have been some questions about whether the government, the scientific establishment as a whole, is doing the kind of rigorous testing, sequencing, I think is the technical term, to be able to understand this variant fully. Apparently, other countries have run hundreds and thousands of these sequences and tests. We are still behind on that. Is that a problem as we try to find these vaccines to respond to the changing virus?
Well, certainly, I think the government has done reasonably well by, and they are trying and giving us the data globally that yes, these variants are changing. But let me put it in the other perspective. Does it help? It helps to add to our knowledge. It helps to understand the virus. But all viruses have the habit of changing and mutating. So I would say that while we are developing all these platforms, and which should increase manifold more, we also must accept that every time they change, it will mutate. And that is why till date you don't have a vaccine for common cold. It changes every year. So every year they have to bring a new vaccine for the common cold, and you still get the cold. So the more important part today will be, while we mutate, while we are developing vaccine, but 2-3 things we have to remember, that people who have got even 2 dosages and also have good antibody titers still can get infected. In fact, the large data from US and from India, you might have 0.5 to 1%, even higher number of people who can get infected. So what we need to know, what is our antibody protective level? Till date, we do not have any idea what level. So vaccination and immunization are different. You get vaccine, but are you protected? That level of antibody which is protecting you is not known. And since that is not known, everybody is prone. Please, after 2 dosages of vaccine, you still behave as if you were not. If unfortunately you get it, you will have a milder disease. The second question that you said, should we ramp up? I think we have, there was a very good study called SHOW. The SHOW was the kind of program which was done in Wisconsin, where people followed for about 5,000-7,000 for 20 years. We have no model. You have, model cities, you have model programs. Where is our model health city where everything is followed, whether it is vaccination and all that? We do not have a model of healthcare in any small town or village. Why I'm telling you this is, tomorrow, for 5 years from now, we don't have a roadmap for really handling pandemics and mutant virus. And COVID is going to go. So we may have to have our own models of healthcare, primary, secondary, and tertiary, and to see that our people remain. We don't have a need for knee-jerk phenomena. We need to have very, very clearly prepared programs.
Right. Okay. Dr. Ella, on the related point of this question of what is causing some degree of vaccine hesitancy even now, we had Abhay Soy of Max Hospitals last week on the program. He said many of his centers are still empty, even though the virus is climbing, because people still have hesitancy. They still are believing a lot of, sometimes it's misinformation, sometimes it's old rumors that are still creating doubts in their mind. This might be a good opportunity, Dr. Ella, to address some of those concerns. I think some of it could be the carryover from the time when the vaccines were cleared by the government. This was in early January. There were some questions over whether at that time phase 3 data was still not in, the vaccines have been cleared in haste. The other is, Dr. Ella, when you get reports from other countries, for example, you're exporting to Brazil. Brazil has raised some questions on Covaxin. That also creates doubts in people's minds. So how would you address that?
I think that's a good question. So when it gets global, it gets to nationalism. And each country wants to play its own politics. Okay? And each country wants, it's not the regulatory, they want to do some strategically, okay, delay the Indian one. It's not the regulatory, but the delay some strategy. So nationalism comes in, and I don't want to tell publicly what happened in Belgium, maybe I'll give a call to you and tell you what has happened. Belgium, sorry, Brazil. I'll call you and tell you separately. It's not good to tell in the public media. So it's a sensitive issues, but I will tell you what is that. But it's more of a nationalism of each country. They're playing that game, and each country wants to defame the other country and their vaccine strategies and all that. It's a global phenomenon. We don't have to worry about it, and we have to keep moving on. And that's one thing. About the mutation, what Dr. Sarin was telling, look at it, Srinivasan. When you're going on a highway, there was a blockage. When you have a blockage means people are vaccinated, the virus cannot go in the highway. Now what do you do? The Google map says you take the diversion right side. So it has to mutate and go to diversion. And then when it's going diversion, well, you don't find any Srinivasan Jain or Krishna Ella, it didn't find. It has to find somebody else. So it has to find a children, it has to find an animal, or it has to find a person who's not vaccinated. Okay? So it's a simple logic, it's nothing. And also RNA viruses are highly recombining. Okay? We call 10 to the power 6 log. So DNA doesn't mutate much. Whatever led to one, not even 0.00001% mutation. That is what you get, people get cancer and other things. But it doesn't mutate DNA. That's why we're still human beings. If RNA mutates 6 logs, 600 times, it can mutate, wobble. It's so much wobbling. And because of that recombination, you don't have to scared about it, but it's a part of the game of this mutation. So people, you ask me a simple question, is it we are lacking as India, as a country? I don't think so. Look at US. CDC has got all the data of Los Angeles, Las Vegas, South Africa, Brazil, everything. What is it they have done beyond that? Nothing beyond. You look at UK. They have UK variant strain, you have South African strain, all those data are there. But what did we do? Nothing. So I think, we as a country, we are always looked down. Oh, something we are not all right, we're not all right, we're not all right. I mean, that's good to have that pressure to have it on us, but that is not the truth. Scientifically, we are also looking at it and publish the papers, and that it mutates, it cross-neutralizes the strain, nothing less than that. So I will leave it there. Any other question, I'll take
it. Yes. Just one quick question, Dr. Ella, which is to do with the fact that now as the government has opened up the vaccine procurement procedure, now state governments can approach you and other private players directly. Private entities like hospitals can also approach you directly. How will you meet those challenges where there's increased pressure now from multiple domestic customers, but you're also trying to export? There's an export demand as well. How will that work?
I really don't know. I want to give my position to Srinivas Jain. So whether you can take over my position, I'll be very happy. That is the situations we are in right now. Since yesterday night onwards, so much of calls. So before that, we had press calls. Now we have government calls, too many government calls. We are under pressure because we need a commitment to the government of India. And then government of India has frozen some stock. And then, so they're very intelligently blocked all the production capacities. Then now they left it to states. You figure out now your issue. So I think we are in a lockhead now. So I don't know how we are going to all pursue this, honestly. We need time to figure out the issues, how the government of India are going to help us on this matter. Because they need to help us, how we can move part of the production capacities, move to some of the states and the private marketing. But certainly I was told that even the private corporates has to take a vaccine, they still have to go to hospitals and use a COVID software through private vaccination, through Dr. Sarin under supervision. It has to happen like that. So I think they're looking at like that angle.
Okay, that's quite candid of you as always. Dr. Sarin, is this going to be a challenge that on one hand you've opened up the whole sort of vaccine availability, but is that going to, in a sense, will that help address the problem of vaccine shortfalls, or could there be challenges there as well? As you now have state governments, private entities, central, all bidding for a limited number of vaccine makers.
Yeah, it is a huge initiative, and I'm sure the policymakers have thought it carefully. What we are going to see, at least, that a large population, see, India has done maybe 12-13% of its population, and many countries have gone up to 50, 60, even maybe 90% and second dosage has been given to a large proportion. So now India has to run. It is a very, very large population. And I think these initiatives are good. But yes, the vaccination centers, the vaccine producers and healthcare workers all are likely to be under extra stress. But I think it is what we wanted. We have asked for it. And therefore, we should be ready. Everyone shouldn't go that, oh, I waited for 2 hours and I didn't get a jab. Okay, come on tomorrow. You wait for some time, come in later hours, let the elderly and others get. So I think we need some self-discipline. We also need to understand that everything cannot be produced and be made available on day one. It's a huge initiative. I think what I fear sometimes is that, and I would like people and others to help, is that do not exaggerate your adverse event and also do not hide your adverse event. If there is something which is coming up, all the healthcare facilities, especially right now, it is available in large hospitals. They are very well equipped. So for some time till we open, I think it will be good that you are monitored carefully, especially those who have high risk than others and they have some allergy with vaccine, possible other allergies. So kindly be careful and also give priority to those who genuinely need it first, than just because I have the right and I will go and get it and I must get it. That attitude should change to those who really need it first and then slowly. Yes, it is open, but that doesn't mean you get crash.
Right. So be patient is an important message. Dr. Ella, just to ask you, as you said that the government has to also step up and help, as you said, in this challenging time. Now, as we know, the government has, some would say somewhat belatedly, given the go-ahead to allow some of these global vaccine manufacturers to come to India, be it Sputnik, be it Pfizer, and so on. Is that something, and they've also decided, I believe, to waive import duty on some of these vaccines. Is that something that as a domestic manufacturer, you welcome that, or do you see challenges there?
No, we welcome them. I think I want Indian citizens to have all the options available. And I'm welcome that very sincerely. But if it is well tested, well proven, yes, why not? India should have that options. I'm not denying that. But I want to say one thing, Srinivasan, I found two observations. I mean, Dr. Sarin should also acknowledge me on this. When you have a first wave, it came, the poor people got more affected. Then you have hesitancy that time. People doesn't want to have vaccine, and people are the rich people, middle class people who are hesitating. So the poor people got, in any case, naturally immunized with a vaccine, with a disease burden. And now what you see this wave right now, what is we seeing is mostly middle class and rich people.
Right.
Okay. And I've seen that my phase 3 clinical trial data, which correlates that. Very surprisingly, Nagpur used to be the lowest incidence of zero prevalence. Nagpur, 11%.
Right.
And Bhopal was 13%. And Hyderabad, 21%. Now, that is when we are doing phase 3 trial. Now I look back, those are the areas now getting high disease burden.
Right.
And come to Bombay, although we had a Bombay 50%, is the slum area all of them got vaccinated by natural infection. So now what people are suffering 50% are the people who are the middle and working class and rich people who are facing the problem. I think I'm seeing a different contrast of the two waves. But certainly the vaccination is the most important, and at least it will save the life of the person. You may not prevent the entire infection cycle, but at least stop the person. He can, home quarantine, stay back, you'll be all right. You don't have to crowd the hospital.
Okay. All right. I believe we have not very much time. Let me try to see if I can quickly get some questions from the audience that we have not already gone over. One was from Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh. How do you think India will handle the global demand for vaccine when we are a billion plus? I think I already asked you that, about how you will export in this difficult time. Here's a question from Bidyut Chakravarti. How do states prepare themselves in terms of creating a model healthcare facility, smart card for all citizens, etc., etc.? Dr. Sarin, do you want to take that very quickly?
Yes, US had started what was earlier called as Framingham Heart Study, and they have generation after generation, elder and younger people, and they have all the data. Scandinavia has those models where healthcare has been decided based on how the people are having problems, infections, or non-communicable diseases. Right. In India, we don't have any such model. So in simple terms, we define a population of 100,000, 50,000, we follow them. And this is a different kind of how we need to upgrade. Suppose in that population, COVID occurs. Suppose COVID in children occurs in that. Pregnancy occurs. So we have actually a model where every other variable is known and just a new incident occurs. So I think we need to create such facilities where we can actually do health management policy initiatives. And I'm sure India will get there soon.
Okay. Dr. Nella, just again, in conclusion, that now that you will have the freedom, I believe there will be greater freedom in terms of negotiating prices, because earlier with the government, it was controlled. I believe covaxin is about 209 rupees a dose. That's the government negotiated price. Now that there'll be a greater freedom of negotiating prices with different entities, state governments, private entities, is that something that you think would be important for you? That were you facing pressures to produce at this price? And also, what would be a more realistic market price in your view?
Realistic price, as a company, we would like to have the maximum possible. So we want to recover as much as possible all the clinical trial costs and all other costs, and then put it back for R&D. It is not to, I never gave a dividend in my company. I'm still living simple living. So I want to keep the money for any future pandemic vaccines. We are working on chikungunya, Zika, NTS, and H1N1 new flu vaccine problem. All that we are working, we need a cash. There's no question about that. It's not that we don't want a cash. We want cash for future R&D. But we are going to have a complex situation. How is the central government pricing? How is the state government pricing? How is the private market pricing? Is going to be complicated issues for us right now. So rabies vaccine, we used to sell it to the state government. Each state government is a different pricing based on the volume, logistics, cost, all that we take into consideration, and what time the delivery they wanted, all that we take into consideration. Rabies, we have knowledge of working with the state government. But certainly the private market, we work with children, and working with adults is the most dangerous. Children are easy. You give a vaccine, the baby cries, you just show a toy, the baby will keep quiet. Adults are dangerous people to get vaccinated. So they are worse people to get vaccinated. So I think we're going to face a lot of problems with the adults vaccination, and it's going to be challenging for as a country, as a manufacturer.
And no, on the pricing, you're saying it's going to be complicated to try to negotiate with all these different entities, is it? On how do you arrive at a price?
I don't, usually the rabies vaccine, the state government might have to call for tender only. There's no choice. Because, they will have accounting process, whether it is how you would decide the pricing. So that problem is going to come in. So state government will call for a tender, and then they select the parties, how they're going to do it. They have to find a mechanism, because they can't be just without tender. They may not have to go without just buying from somebody.
Right.
So that will be a process will be difficult.
And the private end, like the private hospitals, etc., they'll also be approaching you now under these new guidelines. So they'll be negotiating.
We need to work with the private hospitals, and some of the corporates, we are also talking to us. Maybe corporates can go through the hospital. So we need to have tripartite relationship, a manufacturer, a corporate hospital, and the corporate, all three of us together, vaccinating their employees and their children and all that.
Okay, we are very short on time. I'm told just 2 minutes left. Let's just get quick last comments from both of you. Dr. Sareen, any last word if you'd like to think that when it comes to vaccine policy, is there one thing you believe that could be done either by the government or by vaccine manufacturers? Wish list.
Well, I will take the group, Srinivasan, and this AIMA has 38,000 members. I would like each of the corporate members to do 1+1. You get one vaccine for you, give plus at least one free vaccine to other. Let this be your social responsibility for at least next 1 or 2 years. Be a good Samaritan. Second, donate 1% of your at least revenue for research and development. So give free vaccines, as many as you buy, give same number for poor or other people. Put at least 1% of your revenue, not profit, not CSR, for research and development in health, invest in health, so your company's health, country's health improves.
Wonderful suggestion. I mean, really, I applaud that. Dr. Ella, if you had one wish list as a vaccine maker, either from the government or from other stakeholders in this high pressure time, what would that be?
I mean, I want the people to believe that Indian science is not behind any of the Western countries. We have a different perspective that Indian companies are all lower standard. I don't think we are lower standard. And please look at it. We are not, because we are fighting with the US and Europe on the technological angle. So please, we are not looking at between Indian companies. We are not fighting. We are fighting with the global companies. So that means we are science and technology. We are on par with any of the world. Please believe that. Have the hesitancy removed from your mind, and please vaccinate. It's not that I'm talking as a commercial company, but even if it doesn't protect you 100%, you are protected at least severe disease.
Right.
I think you protect yourself, protect the family. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Two very important messages from our panelists right at the very end. Be a good Samaritan, says Dr. Sarif. And as Dr. Ella says, vaccinate, protect yourself, protect your family, believe in Indian science. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining us. It's been a fantastic conversation. And thank you all so much for watching. AIMA, once again, thank you for organizing this. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Srinivas. Many thanks to everyone for the brilliant insights on this very key issue which is facing all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, do stay tuned as we start our next session in another 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Sagar, we can go live.
Yes, we are live, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to a very interesting session this evening. The prolonged restrictions on public activities have crippled the conventional entertainment industry. Cinemas have suffered the most. There's been a big shift to online entertainment and everyone has to adapt. In this session, we will discuss how innovative use of digital technologies and new business models will transform the entertainment industry or not. Let us hear more on delivering new blockbusters, entertaining the post-COVID consumer. A warm welcome to the virtual stage, Mr. Srinivas Dempo, Vice President AIMA and Chairman Dempo Group of Companies, Mr. Ajay Bijli, Chairman and Managing Director, PVR Limited, Mr. Uday Shankar, President FICCI and former President Asia Pacific Walt Disney Company, and former Chairman Star and Disney India, and Rajiv Makni, Group Managing Editor, Technology, NDTV. With these words, may I now request Mr. Dempo to introduce the session.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Mr. Ajay Bijli, Mr. Uday Shankar, Mr. Rajiv Makni, and ladies and gentlemen. I think we are meeting in the most extraordinary times. It may be any business. We have gone through many changes, many disruptions in our processes, systems, people. And I think entertainment industry is no different. But one thing is entertainment industry is part of every Indian's life, whether it is Bollywood or cricket. Everybody seems to be emotionally attached to both these industries. And this becomes a very important segment for the entertainment industry. We were just discussing informally before this session how important entertainment industry is, particularly in these stressful times. And I think it has gained even more importance. But COVID has been particularly hard on the conventional media and the entertainment industry. Particularly, the closure of public places for most of us has destroyed the box office revenues of both shows and sports. Further, the restriction on mobility and proximity have also constrained content creation. Cinemas, as you know, have taken a big hit, and even after much delayed reopening, only in a few cities, theaters can barely fill up 50% of their volumes. However, the pandemic has been a boom in other related industry, and that is the digital streaming platforms. And their subscriptions have surged as people have been confined at homes. Amazon Prime and names like Netflix have become household, even amongst people who had not known them earlier. Streaming actually was already catching on before COVID. The content studios and TV networks already were setting up their own distribution services. Now, particularly, the direct-to-home and direct-to-phone entertainment has become a new staple for consumers. Cinemas have started fading. I hope not for too long, because personally, the experience of going to a cinema hall with many of my friends can't be replicated when you sit and watch Netflix. However, many of them are even struggling to hold broadcasting rights of major sporting and entertainment events. Clearly, the business model has shifted. Clearly, there's a paradigm shift to direct-to-consumer and on-demand services as the new rules of the game. Who better to actually educate us, enlighten us, than such a distinguished panel of speakers? It's my privilege to introduce our two stalwarts of the industry, as well as Mr. Rajiv Makni. I'm a big fan of your show, Mr. Makni.
Thank you.
A gadget guru that I follow very regularly. Mr. Bijli, it is a pleasure to have you with us on the AIMA platform, and I'm grateful to you for doing this session.
Well, thank you for inviting me. Thank you so much.
You have been a pioneer in the Indian cinema industry, starting with just 4 screens to, I think, more than 850 screens across the country. You have been an innovation, and you have shown leadership in this business. We know that COVID has crippled the cinema industry, which is already in the throes of disruption, as I said earlier, because of the streaming entertainment. We would be particularly interested to hear from you on how you have coped up with the COVID crisis and what is the future of cinema. As I said, there's a lot of emotional bonding for physically going and watching a cinema. Will this change forever? Or are you hopeful of people coming back to theaters? Uday, thank you for agreeing to doing this session. It's nice to connect with you after many years. We used to meet regularly during our ISL matches, and it's nice to see you. You are currently heading a very important position of the president of FICCI, which is into policy formulation and advising government on important business aspects. You are actually considered the father of the contemporary news and entertainment television in India. Under your leadership, Star became the dominant media company in the country, and you set new standards for content and presentation of news, sports, and entertainment on Indian television. You also pioneered streaming TV in India much before the COVID crisis, when we all saw Hotstar app on our mobile phones. After exiting Walt Disney and Star, you are now working on new innovations in content creation. We really look forward to knowing from you your prognosis for the media and entertainment industry in this session. Pleasure to have you with us. We are delighted that this session is going to be moderated by a celebrity tech journalist who all of you all know, Mr. Rajiv Makni, to moderate this discussion. He's the Group Managing Director, Technology at NDTV, and a tech columnist with many of the leading newspapers and magazines. Mr. Makni, it's my pleasure now to welcome you and request you to moderate and lead this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And, it's a complete pleasure. And even before I begin, with all the current situations and the conversation completely and absolutely only on one subject, this is my personal humble request to everybody that you've got. I know the cliche is be safe, be protective, but now take these words to be meaning way more than they ever have before. You have to protect yourself, you have to protect your family, you have to now protect your children, which were never part of the equation earlier. And especially now you have to protect your parents and your elders, and anything that you're doing right now that goes against any part of common sense is going to be something that really, really doesn't work. And I'm starting this session with a humble request to all of you: use common sense and be completely and absolutely paranoid. It doesn't matter if others make fun of you. It doesn't matter if others call you an extremist in terms of the way of protecting everybody. You've got to do it. So now I'll wear my moderator hat and get started. And wearing the moderator hat also means that two people that I know very well personally would usually call them Ajay and Uday. Now have to call them Mr. Bijli and Mr. Shankar. So welcome to the session, Mr. Bijli and Mr. Shankar. Great privilege, like we were discussing just before we were getting started. I'm going to be moderator less and audience more, because I am really, really very intrigued and curious to find out, because you both represent almost two polar opposites now. I think you were on the same platform at one time, but the pandemic, the lockdown has made you represent two polar opposites now as to how people are consuming content and entertainment. And the pandemic and the lockdown, and now the new pandemic literally, and the new level of lockdown that we are almost in some cities and may happen in all over the country, I think has really taught us how things that we took for granted are not for granted. A laptop or a computer, a smartphone, a tablet is worth its weight in gold. To keep sanity, to keep some level of family bonding, how entertainment is one of the most important things, and how we've missed out on things, as was spoken right in the beginning, that there is both a psychological as well as a true warmth and connection with going to a movie with family and friends, which is just not happening at all right now. So I'd love to know from both of you a little bit more about what you think on, like I said, the two polar opposites that you now almost represent. So I'll start with you, Mr. Bijli. And no warm-up, I'm just going to go straight into it. What are your worst fears for the cinema industry in the wake of this second wave, or some people even call it the third wave of COVID and lockdowns?
Rajiv, I don't know what the protocol is, but I really think call me Ajay. I feel much more comfortable. Whenever, and especially now with the second or third wave, as you mentioned, I just find myself very myopic if I only talk about the cinema exhibition industry. I think it's, and that's the reason why I reached out to Sunil and Harsh yesterday, that it's much bigger now. It's more about humanity and the human race, which needs to be protected with vaccination and the protocols that you mentioned and how everybody has to be careful. And we need to revive, what normal world was, not the dystopian world that we're living in currently. So I'm just a very small subset of what normalcy is all about. I think, so my biggest driver of our business is really human beings, human nature. Aristotle said that, we are all social animals at the end of the day. We were not designed to be incarcerated at home. So whatever we are doing just now by being at home is not by choice, it's by default. That we have to be home, we have to protect ourselves, and we can't go out because the pandemic is such. But I think the future of the cinema really lies in, there's only one fight, which is COVID. There's nothing else. According to me, everything is really, a discussion which is very momentary because we are in a year which is an aberration year. Obviously, people will talk about kitchens and home deliveries when restaurants are shut and you can't step out. Similarly, people will talk about home entertainment when out-of-home entertainment is shut. So I think we are talking about a half-open world in which we're living a half a life. So I think I'm pretty clear and optimistic about the future of cinema. The moment things open up, we're able to control the pandemic by whichever means. Vaccination appears to be the number one panacea for this problem at the moment. I think people will come back. It is very difficult to incarcerate people at home. And that's one aspect of it. And I know I have to keep my answer short. And the other is really the economic rationale, Rajiv, which I've spoken about earlier as well, that still 60 to 70% of any content that gets created, the revenues of that content comes from theatrical. So theatrical becomes the benchmark for everything, for word of mouth, whether the movie is good or not, for the revenue potential, on the basis of which the other monetization avenues, which is OTT platforms, satellite, TV, all that, they decide how much to bid for the movie. So if theatrical itself becomes shut, it becomes very difficult for the other monetization journey to happen properly. So I think whatever is happening just now is happening because cinemas are shut, the platforms need content, the consumers need movies. So all these transactions have happened because cinemas are shut. The moment things come back to normal, for the reasons that I gave you earlier, I think it's too much in our fabric. It's too much part of our DNA to go out and consume movies. And this channel is not going to go away that easily.
All right. I'm glad we started with, somebody who's looking at it very positively and very optimistically. But there are many things I'm going to come back to you, Ajay, because, the psychological impact, the discovery impact of entertainment at home, the business impact of it, and how, studios are coming in and creating their own streaming platforms and how that impacts you because they will look after themselves more than a cinema hall chain or, things that are happening out there. So I'll come back to you for all of that. So Mr. Shankar, and I'll call you Mr. Shankar till you don't correct me and say I can call you Uday. So Mr. Shankar, from you actually I want to know, you moved on from TV broadcast, or as we called it, conventional TV broadcast, after giving it its current form. Did you see something? I mean, were you prescient? Did you see something dramatically different a few years back that you said that I need to move on, because you pretty much moved at the time streaming was taking over and conventional TV was dying out? Was that the reason?
Rajiv, first of all, thank you very much for having me here, and thanks to AIMA. And the second order of business, yes, please do call me Uday, I insist. Okay. And that said, with due respect, I don't think I moved over or anyone has moved over. When I was at Star did not move over from broadcasting to streaming. The parent company, Walt Disney Company, which is probably the most successful traditional media company globally to have transitioned into streaming, did not move over from traditional content and traditional hosting of content to streaming. But to answer your question, did I see anything? We saw the tea leaves. I'll tell you, I'll share a story with you. Many years ago, I think this was 2012 or 13. 2012, if I'm not wrong. I was coming back home from work one night pretty late, around 11 o'clock. And, you have these tragic scenes in Mumbai of people sleeping on the pavements. And I saw, it was very late at night under Kemp's Corner. Streaming did not even exist in India at that time. Internet capacity was not there. Smartphones were very limited. But there were these dongles which people would come and bring and plug into their mobile devices and watch content. And I saw these preloaded dongles. People who were sleeping on pavement at midnight, huddled together and watching something. And I was, passing by in my car. And I realized that, that just set me thinking that while the growth of Indian television is one of the most spectacular television stories, where in just about 20, 25 years, from a non-existent television market, it's gone to 125, 150 million television homes. And one of the most vivacious creative ecosystem has been created around television. But in a country of 1.3 billion people, it is just so few TV sets. And that was the thing that, we started thinking at Star at that time, that if this country was to really explode the universe of content consumers, television wasn't going to be the means of doing that. Television would be a very, very important component of it, and it would continue to grow because, again, India remains still one of the few countries which is adding new television sets at the rate of 7, 8, 9 million year on year. So it would continue to grow, but the mobile device was the one that was going to take over. So, there were those signals that were coming. The difference was that a company like Star and its parent company, which was 21st Century Fox then, was very prepared to take that challenge, wasn't concerned about protecting the old business model for fear of, losing value there. It was very confident of making a forceful leap into the future, and without worrying about, oh my God, what would happen to all that we have created so far? Because we were able to see at that time that the model would be, one of, so to speak, multiple rockets strapped to strapped together so that multiple rockets can fire. And I think that's exactly the model that works even for, that's exactly the analogy that applies even to movies. The cinema halls are not going anywhere. In my experience, I think they're going to get only bigger and bigger. This is an aberration. People have not stopped going to theaters because they don't want to. They've been forced to not to go to. And they would go back to theaters with a vengeance. But and that would make the business of movies much bigger. But now, from monetization being, earlier it was just, you could only make money by releasing a movie in the theaters. And if the movie, God forbid, didn't do so well in the theaters, the producers and people who had invested in the movie, they were all left, high and dry. And then came television rights, and people started making money by selling television rights for those movies after they came out of the theaters. And now there is streaming. So multiple streams of monetization are opening up. And that basically means that the economics of creativity is just getting better and better across the board, for drama, for sports, for movies. And that economics is only going to get stronger. I don't see, as long as people are people are enjoying the experience of a big screen, and in case of theaters, an even bigger screen, and with everything, it's an event going to a theater. As long as those experiences keep getting richer and keep getting more enhanced, the economics is going to get only better, and hence you will see more creativity and you will see more output.
All right, great. So, fantastic. And like I said, multiple questions that I have, including the fact that we've seen a resurgence of traditional TV now, especially in the pandemic and lockdown time, where people have rediscovered what it is to have 24/7 news and all these things. So we talk about that. And I also want to talk to you about what happened with Hotstar and Disney and what Disney's done abroad and all of those things. So I'm going to come back to you with that. Now, you may have noticed, and this is to all the audience and everybody that has tuned in, that we do have two panelists that are both extremely positive and very, very optimistic about everything. So unfortunately, the moderator's role is going to change a little. I'll have to play the contrarian and the devil's advocate out here and maybe try and force out a little bit more from the two panelists. So Ajay, to you, again, we were talking about the fact that most of the times when we see most of the doom and gloom around cinema halls and cinema chains and multiplexes, it's predominantly news that is to do with what's happening abroad and, how they are completely and absolutely, they are completely captive to Hollywood movies predominantly, and there's no real world cinema out there, while India is a little different. So can you take us through how you believe we're very different and how we can bounce back quicker from where we are right now?
Yeah, Rajiv, the reason why I find India very different, and this is the only market we operate in, is because I think it's a volume-driven business. It's not a homogeneous market. It's very disparate. There are about 7 different languages: Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, Punjabi, Hindi, Marathi, Bengali. All sorts of movies come. So, and also big budget movies, small budget movies, medium budget movies. All sorts of films come. So we, because there is so much volume going through it, that even if a movie doesn't do well, let's say a big, big movie doesn't do well, a sleeper hit would come along of a Rajkumar Rao or a Ayushmann Khurrana or a movie equivalent of a Razi that makes up for the dip in any blockbuster that doesn't do well. Similarly, people are going out in hordes. As I said, 1.45 billion tickets got sold in India. So I find that we're insulated because of the heterogeneous nature of the market. Whereas internationally, of course, places like South Korea, Japan, China, all the countries which have got a robust local market, that is still doing well. And we got a little bit of glimpse recently. I mean, the second wave has again thrown everybody off gear, but little window that we got where Godzilla versus King got released in India. It did 65 crores, even though cinemas were shut in a lot of places. 400 million has been the worldwide box office. US, the weekend collections were 81 million. So we've got a glimpse, the movie called Demon Slayer in China, another one in Japan, 800 it's called. So a little opening people got that you can go to the cinemas, the filmmakers got that you can release the film in the big theaters. Suddenly, people went. And even in India, we had a movie called Master, which is only in South India, ended up doing 200 crores. A new movie, which is a Pink, remember that movie Pink of Mr. Bachchan? A remake of that called Vakil Sahib just got released. Incredible occupancies, incredible results. So these are the things that only make me feel that, globally also, there's a pent-up demand of people wanting to go out, just human nature, nothing else. And it's experiential versus utilitarian. So when you're sitting at home, it's not an experiential thing, as Uday mentioned, that going out experience, big screen, popcorn, sound, people still like it, the whole communal experience. So that is what is going to help us survive. And India, I just find much more of a robust market, because the cinemas are also very few. We only have 3,000 cinemas as compared to 40,000 in the US, around 70,000 in China. So we were still on that growth trajectory when suddenly this thing happened. So I believe that, as I said earlier in my answer as well, that it is a year where, it is difficult to talk about major structural changes. In fact, major structural changes in the business should be spoken about when things are normal. When things are abnormal, I think one shouldn't. It's counterintuitive what I'm about to say. But in fact, I was quite happy when transactions were happening. When OTT platforms like Netflix, big behemoths like Amazon, Disney, they were buying movies, I was quite happy because at least the money was flowing back into the film industry. You see, the more money goes back into the film industry, the more they get encouraged to make movies. Suppose there was no money flowing back into the film industry, then how would they make further content? And content is so important. So I was never bothered if somebody would call me and say, Ajay, you know what? I'm not going to be able to release the movie on the cinema. I'm going straight to platform. I said, fine, my shop is shut. You can go wherever you feel like, and you should. And you must monetize your content because we are a mom and pop movie making fraternity. We're not like 6 studios who can come out with their own platform. I'll just take half a second more. Disney, where Uday was earlier, look at the market cap. Just by announcing they're going to get into streaming and have Disney Plus, I mean, they've gone bigger than Netflix. So obviously they are going to be streaming movies and releasing movies on their platform because it's big money out there and people are watching. But at the same time, they're not going to forget out-of-home entertainment. Warner has again announced their 22 slate to be back to the cinemas. So because now 250 odd million people have got vaccinated in America, so cinemas are opening up slowly, and they've realized that they can't basically ignore the first harbinger of monetizing of content.
Okay. Ajay, though I'm quite surprised to hear that you were fine about the fact that there were, companies and producers who were saying we're going direct to home, because that's not the way we were reading all the news. Even internationally, when Universal announced it, that they would have simultaneously doing it. I think AMC was the chain that absolutely went nuts and said, then we'll not release any movies. It's happened here in India also. The 16-week grace period, or as the golden period that's called, is supposed to be the reason why cinema halls actually pull in that kind of money. So I'm quite surprised to hear that you were okay about it. I understand that if your shop is shut, but it also, I mean, like a lot of people say, once you taste blood, you can think that, maybe smaller movies is the way to go, direct to home is the way to go, completely take out cinema halls from the equation is the way to go. So aren't you afraid that that could become the business model?
No, when I'm open, when cinemas are absolutely ready to, at 100% capacity, then of course I would not like movies to go to OTT platforms straight away. I was talking about when my shop was shut.
But let's say a lot of people realize that that's making smaller budget is better. Huge extravaganza is not required. The business model works better. The return on investment is as percentage, not necessarily volume, is better. There's been a lot of talk on that there's people who put in money into movies have realized that it's not a bad deal. Is that a scary prospect for you in the future?
Rajiv, it's not scary, because if the movie is meant for OTT platform, then it goes straight away to OTT. There is no problem whatsoever. But luckily, what has happened is in the last few years, if you look at, again, I'm sorry, I'm giving same examples of Ayushmann Khurrana movies and Rajkumar Rao movies. Nobody knew they will do so well. So blockbuster is not defined by its budget. A blockbuster is defined by the box office revenues it generates. Okay, so the budget of these movies may be small, but they ended up doing over 100 crores. There's no cap when a movie gets released on theatrical. You can play it for as long as you want, because all three stakeholders make money. The government makes money on GST, the theater people make money, and the producer makes money. Whereas if you sell directly to OTT, then nobody knows, then there's a cap. That's all you can make. So a lot of small film, medium budget and small budget movies also realized that if the content is good, if the content has the potential to connect with the audiences, then it is better to release it theatrically first. Don't shut the first window. And that is what is going to happen. So as I said, there were some movies in the small period that we were open, like Ruhi came, Chehre was about to get released. Then that badminton movie, Saina, almost got released, but then again we got shut down. So I was quite surprised that even small budget movies were still saying, no, we first must go to the theatrical revenues must be earned first before we go to other platforms. And just if it is only meant for OTT, then it's a separate issue altogether. There are movies meant for OTT.
Right. All right, Uday, now, an important aspect, I was reading a lot about this particular thing with a lot of studios, and this has happened abroad, but I've heard of a lot of the conversation happening here in India. Some of the big 6 studios, Disney being one of them itself, they were producers of movies, and they have now become streaming platforms themselves, which is a little incestual on its own, but it makes a lot of business sense. So if all studios do it, and it seems they are and they want to, and Disney's done very well with it, how does this impact cinema halls? Because cinema halls, for example, a studio that is also a streaming platform just gets to be even bigger. Do you believe this to be a problem in the future?
No, I don't believe this to be a problem in the future. I think there are 2 or 3 things we have to keep in mind. First of all, I don't foresee a situation where a big movie, a James Cameron movie or a Marvel movie will exclusively, all the output would go exclusively on a streaming platform, whether it is Disney's or somebody else's, because that's not how it works. Different people want different kinds of experience, and movies are so big, their magic is so powerful, primarily because people get different kinds of gratification at different points in time, depending on the nature of the consumer. And you are able to offer it to all of them. I'll give you a different example. I think this whole movie controversy has been made out because it's somewhat recent in India as well as overseas. It's just been made into a binary discussion that one must lose in order for the other to gain. But with due respect, I think it's a false binary. I'll give you the example of sports. When sports, were exclusively available for people who were sitting in the stadiums, and then people started putting a live match on TV, and everybody thought that, who's going to go to the stadium? But if anything, the craze for stadium, the desire and aspiration for going to a stadium and watching the sport has gone even bigger. And the stadium here is my analogy for the theater. And then when we started doing streaming, let's say closer home in India, of cricket matches, and if you recall, Rajiv, in 2015, the World Cup in Australia and New Zealand, I decided to put all of that on Hotstar, and for free. On TV, you have to pay the cable operator or DTH guy, but here on Hotstar, it was for free. And everybody, from cable operators to DTH operators to everybody, they were really up in arms against Star and personally against me, saying we were going to destroy the economics of the game. Lo and behold, streaming is way bigger, and the community of sports, the whole ecosystem of sports, is much richer. IPL teams are getting more money, cricket boards are getting more money, players are getting more money, because we've just expanded the universe of people who could interact with the content. And I think that is exactly what we're going to see in movies. A certain kind of movies. Not everybody will rush to a stadium to watch a cricket match, and similarly, not everybody would go to a theater to watch a film. There are certain kinds of movies, big movies, event movies that I really care about, either for their story or for their cast or for the director or for the overall experience. People would continue to go to the theaters. And then the movies that were getting choked because they were not getting the exhibition screen, or they were not getting an exhibition opportunity, 2 years in advance, 3 years in advance, Holi, Diwali, Eid, 2nd October, 15th August, 26th January, they were all taken. And a good movie struggled. Today they have an opportunity to go to another screen. So I think, it's a reset, but it's a reset that makes the entire creative ecosystem of content, whether it is movie or other things, and it's a reset that makes the consumer ecosystem richer and gives them more choices and options.
So, Ajay, this is just a question with a one-word answer because my main question follows. So what Uday said, if cinema halls become only about the big extravaganza, would you be happy or unhappy?
No, I'll be unhappy. I'll be unhappy. As I said, because
you'll be unhappy. Because I thought that because, there can't be that many, and you said in India it's a volume game. All right.
Can I just make a quick point to that, Rajiv?
Sure.
I'm sure, as Ajay said, and he, I respect him and love him for being very upfront and transparent. But I think, again, it's the fear of the unknown. Look, the sad part is that in this country, there are not enough big movies that are being made. There are a few visionaries like, Raju Hirani, and then there is Rajamouli, and now there is Ayan Mukherjee making a Brahmastra. But this country of 1.3 billion people, with movies, with the brand of movies being so big as they are, our capacity to use technology to create great experiences, we should be making many more big movies. And there are two reasons for that: shortage of big screen exposure and shortage of capital. Because, everybody wants to make movies at 30 crores, 50 crores, 60 crores. But, Brahmastra, which was the last movie that I commissioned before I exited, is going to be the most expensive movie, and yet it is not as expensive as movies that should be made in this country, because there is the economics doesn't support. We need to be pushing out movies on multiple screens to other geographies, etc., etc. So I think sometimes pressures are positive disruptive forces, and the fact that not everything can get a screen in Ajay's theater will force people to go to other things, and the fact that there are screens available will encourage people to make bigger movies.
Okay, all right. So, Ajay, I'm going to ask you, unless you have any rejoinder to that, I have a question for you.
I have equal amount of respect, if not more, for Uday's insight into this business. So, absolutely agree with it.
All right. Okay. So Ajay, let's talk a little bit about something where, I may come out as being very pessimistic right now, but if I was saying the same thing last year around this time, I would have still been greeted by the same amount of pessimism. We don't still really know where we are going with COVID. I know the vaccination is the silver lining, but we've also seen what else has happened. If I can just paint a slightly dismal scenario. So 1 year from now, COVID continues to be, its destructive path continues. They're only able to, let's say, control 15, 20% of it. What dramatic changes, technological or otherwise, would you have to make to still sustain some part of your business?
Rajiv, I'm a listed company, so I should not be making too many negative thoughts, but 1 year will be too much. I think, we are talking about a situation where globally this industry very obviously, like in India, has got very badly impacted, but global governments have come forward and helped the industry. There have been furloughs given. I've been talking to all the studio heads, exhibition heads, Adam Aaron, who's the head of AMC, he's the CEO, Mookie, who owns Cineworld, he owns Regal Cinemas, View, Tim Richards. They've all got huge rescue packages in terms of furloughs. The whole thing has been declared force majeure. They've got amazing rental reliefs from the developers because of force majeure event. So I think if it carries on for too long and we don't get any government support whatsoever, then we're in trouble. The whole exhibition industry is going to be in trouble. And I think that is a big thing. And as just to, a little play of words, we'll be breaking something which is already fixed. So I think that we shouldn't be doing. I think it is not the film industry, it is not the OTT players, it's not the consumer. They are going to make us thrive in the future, but it's the government doesn't do anything, and this COVID keeps on going, extending. It's a problem. We almost had reached the finish line, or like Obama wrote in his book that he was climbing this mountain, and he reached the mountain, and then he looked back and said, "Wow, I've traveled a lot now. I'm glad." But then he looked, the mountain was still going up. So that is what is happening with us now. And if this climb keeps on carrying on, it's not going to be good. So I think somebody has to come out and with the rescue package for the industry.
All right. I hope that happens. So, gentlemen, I have lots of other questions, but we are running out of time out here. So I'm going to ask each of you a question. If you could answer in one sentence to Uday, the first one. So how can TV broadcasters now differentiate themselves from streaming platforms, and how can they compete with them? They've seen a resurgence because of a calamity, and that usually happens. Predominantly, it's happened around pure entertainment or sports and mainly news. But like I said, it's not going to last. So you said that, Star was very, very cognizant of the fact that, they're not scared of, giving up one for the other. But not everyone has made those decisions. So any golden words for traditional broadcasters?
No golden words, Rajiv. And but the only thing I would say that television has a problem in this country and globally, but particularly in this country. It's a strange dichotomy that the universe of television sets is growing in this country. And yet, there have been innovations in content, but not enough. There has been zero innovation in technology. As a result of that, when you don't make, so television has a 21st century content sometimes, 20th century content all the time, but the consumer experience is of 19th century. Unless you solve for that, television will have a problem. And the problem doesn't come from streaming. The problem comes because the consumers are getting sensitized to different kinds of experiences, and they're becoming very used to the idea of being in the center of the universe in any service that they are engaging with. So whether it is food, they have to order food, they've got used to the idea of seeing everything. But look at even the EPG, the program guide that appears on TV screen, it hasn't changed,
Right.
So that is the real problem for TV. The TV's biggest strength is that after theater, the size of the screen, the quality of the video, etc., those are really, really rich, powerful magnets. But other experiences, can we do something about it? And everybody needs to do that. And there is a certain limitation of technology. So what you cannot do by way of technology to compete with streaming, you need to over-index for that by innovation in content. And the sad part is that in this country, innovation in content is really poor by and large as far as television is concerned. And that's the real challenge. They need to fix that.
Okay. So Ajay, I'm going to ask you, and then the same question to Uday also. If you were to invest right now, a fairly large amount, would you invest in opening more new cinema halls and multiplexes, or would you open your own streaming platform now?
I think streaming platform is a very crowded place. I would definitely invest in what I'm doing because, as I mentioned, the cinema industry is grossly under-screened paths of expansion, which is adding more than 150 screens a year. So I would still continue to do that in the exhibition sector. And just
would you do it right now? My question is, if that very large sum of money was given today, where would you invest it?
Mutual funds. Let them.
Wohi sahi hai, huh? All right. Uday, same question to you. Very large sum of money, where would you invest it?
Look, first and foremost, COVID will go. So if I have a large sum of money and if there is an opportunity, I would invest in streaming. But I think the best place to invest right now is in content, because whether it is a TV screen or a streaming service or Ajay's screens, they will all come and buy more content. So the best place to invest is content.
Okay. Ajay, are you looking at any technology that is going to make things a little bit safer? There are talks about, air conditioning that can actually take care of viruses and bacteria. There are other technologies that are coming in because while your safety protocols are amazing, it's also one of the things that takes away from a movie experience. You want to go in and enjoy a movie and not go through 6 levels of safety protocols. It just takes away from the experience. So are you looking at technology? Are you looking at cutting edge stuff that could actually safeguard us for, let's say, the next 6 months?
Yeah, I think the touch points have to be reduced. Bulk of the consumers who are coming in India, I was surprised to do a study recently, are below the age of 39. In fact, a big number, staggering number, which I couldn't believe, was 85% of the people are under the age of 39. And these guys don't like to be intruded too much. So I think we need to make it less and less intrusive, whether it's buying of tickets, whether it's checking of the tickets, everything has to be on their smartphone devices. And of course, the bulk of, and whether it's buying popcorn, Pepsi, all that has to be done in a touchless manner. We're investing in all that heavily. And then comes the 3 hours or 2.5 hours that you spend in the auditorium. Fortunately, there are a lot of studies to support that as it is auditoriums are 9 meters height. So therefore, the air circulation by law, by cinema building bylaws that we've got has to be fresh all the time. So there's not much that needs to be done. Most of the cinemas are equipped with very good air, filtration and recycling mechanisms like HEPA filters and all that. So not much needs to be done over there. But I think the touch points need to be reduced. I'm only talking about what you asked me, how to make sure people feel other technology or projection system, sound system, that's all changing all the time rapidly anyway, to make the experience more experiential than utilitarian.
Right. Uday, the way things are going right now, what do you think would be, we keep understanding that it's going to be a vaccine that maybe eventually has to be the cure all for it all. But are there other steps that you think government could take, private individuals could take? Where do you see a true silver lining if COVID continues for a short while more?
So COVID will continue for a short while longer, Rajiv. That's the blunt truth. Mm-hmm. And I think we'll finally get ahead of it. But there's no guarantee that another health crisis will not come. So 2 things. First of all, where the government can come in is to really, really be very modern in its outlook when it comes to strengthening and rebuilding the health infrastructure is concerned. Let's face it, that health infrastructure in this country wasn't designed to deal with this kind of crisis or even to serve 1.3 billion people. So we need to do that. And secondly, the industry and government together, society as a whole, I think if we want to keep everybody safe and healthy and free from fear of morbidity, then technology is our only solution. We need to bring in technology. Technology has to be at the front and center of all our agenda, all our initiatives, all our strategy, because that's the only way we can solve the problem at scale.
Okay. Ajay, my question, and this is going to be the last question to each of you. So Ajay, I know you as a personality, you're very optimistic. You're always looking at the brighter side of things. But I'm going to actually end by asking you the same question I started with, but I'd really like you to answer question, which is, what is your greatest fear right now? I know that everything that you're looking at is optimistic. This will go away and therefore everyone will come back. Business models won't change. Everything will come back and come back stronger. What's your greatest fear when you come out of the gym? Because when you go to the gym, you're always very, very optimistic. When you come out of your gym and are about to go to sleep at night, what's the greatest fear? Maybe at the back of your mind, what's your greatest fear right now with 18 months?
I think greatest fear is exactly what I said earlier, is that this thing doesn't come under control. I mean, this thing has to come under control. I mean, our government has to get its act together and has to ensure that, and this vaccination has to work. My greatest fear is, what if the vaccination also doesn't work? And then what happens? So I think this should not turn out to be a bigger disaster. Still only 2% of the world population has got impacted. 98% has not got impacted. 141 million people have got impacted. But suppose it doesn't come under control, that is the end of it all. So that's the biggest fear for anybody, and that's the biggest fear for me as well, that how long will this carry on?
So on a more micro level, there is no fear that there could have been a change in 15 months of psychological impact of people preferring to just stay at home and saying, this is actually great, I've enjoyed it more, or business changes where people say, the cinema hall part of it wasn't so necessary as we had made it in the chain, and it could be a complete different studios looking at things differently and becoming more selfish. On a micro level, to do only with you and your industry, there are no fears?
I'm optimistic, as I said, not because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, because of these little glimpses that we got. When we opened up and the movies came, pent-up demand, the kind of emails and WhatsApps and everything that we get. When are you opening? When are we getting brand new movies? Big movies like Suryavanshi in India, big movies like Bond, Maverick, Top Gun, Fast and the Furious, all those getting deferred till cinemas open because the economic rationale doesn't work. To, as Uday said, Brahmastra, incidentally, small trivia point, my daughter's also involved in that movie. These movies waiting for the theaters to open. So on a micro level, only this industry, I really think that it'll bounce back. But macro level, as I said, humanity getting saved from this pandemic is the biggest fear that I've got. We must bring this under control.
Absolutely. Uday, absolutely the last question. I've already been told that the time is up for this session, so I'm going to leave it to you for the sentence or two. Your greatest fear at a micro level for all the industries that you've actually represented, because you've played some very stellar roles, and you've also been, kind of a poster boy for changes between each of them. So tell me, your greatest fear at this moment for all the industries that you've touched.
It's in the current context, I remain completely convinced that we will get a hang of the problem, and COVID will be a bad memory, but we would leave it behind. The biggest problem that I feel is that we would not have learned our lessons. Each industry and most of us, we would just go back to our good old or bad old ways, and that would be such a shame, because a crisis like this is a huge opportunity to rebuild businesses, countries, categories, and societies. And that's my biggest fear.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ajay. Thank you so much, Uday. As always, it's very enlightening. And frankly speaking, like I said, I was more audience. I really wanted to hear you. And it's great to see that the two of you are extremely optimistic. I look forward to sitting down and watching a movie with you, Ajay, and you, Uday, at the same time at PVR, and may it be Brahmashastra. So, all of things coming together for all of us. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. And once again, before I go, my last small humble request to all of you, for those people that post pictures without masks when you're with people, even if it's two of you together, even if you're posting an old picture, at least point it out that way, that this is an old picture and we are not without masks. The kind of disservice that you're doing by telling people that you are fine and you're doing this. There is nothing superhuman about you. There is no antibody in you different from anybody else. So mask up, get that mask up and get that common sense up. This is my humble request. We have made too many mistakes, and we've really, everything that we had gained, we've actually lost and more. So I'd really, really like all of you to mask up and get your common sense up. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand back to everyone.
Thank you.
Rajiv, thanks,
Thank you. Thank you so much, dear speakers. Thank you, Mr. Bijli. Thank you, Mr. Shankar. Thank you, Rajiv, for that very, very interesting session. I think we are all unanimous that in these tough times, entertainment has kept all of us good. Thank you so much, and we look forward to being entertained wherever, whenever. Do remain tuned, ladies and gentlemen, as we start our next session in another couple of minutes. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to a very interesting session on investing in India's future, new bets for growth and returns. Every crisis shifts opportunities and advantage from the old to the new. Indian economy is set for a substantial transformation as it rebuilt with new technologies and business models. In this session, let us pick the brains of the master as we will try to identify future winners who will deliver better growth and returns to investors. May I welcome on the virtual dais Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, Co-Chairman NLC 2021 and Chairman Hero Enterprise, Mr. Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, CEO Rare Enterprises, the master as I referred to him, and Mr. Prashant Nair, National News Editor, CNBC 18. May I now request Mr. Munjal to introduce the session and our speakers.
Thank you, Rekha. It's interesting you say I should introduce the session and the speakers. I can introduce the session, but I'd be hard put to introduce these speakers. Certainly the keynote speaker is a tough one to introduce because there's not anyone I would imagine in this audience who does not know him well already. So the idea of calling this session Investing in India's Future was specific to what's going on right now. And you also said new bets for growth and returns. Our speaker, Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, has been called by many monikers, including Warren Buffett of India, as somebody who's positive on India's economy always, and for some reason always seems to get it right. Even when people seem despondent and the markets seem troubled, he still seems to get his finger on the pulse always. His enterprise, which apparently he started with 5,000 rupees when the stock market was at 150, is an example for many have quoted as how to earn, how to understand how the stock markets work. Rakesh, you have been a prime example for many as to how do you study, how do you understand, how do you get a pulse of what is going on in business, industry, economy, and the people behind these. You seem to have a perception which is beyond the normal. It would be interesting to hear from you what you believe is considering the havoc that the pandemic has created across the globe, and also, and especially in India, certainly with the second wave in the last few weeks. We seem to be running out of beds in most of our large cities. There is some form of shutdown, lockdown, curfew happening across many states in the country. How will this impact the economy, the companies, and therefore the future of the stock market? Many have said that this is strange that the stock market in India seems to defy gravity. Even with the economy, the question people ask is it connected to the performance of the companies, or is it only because of lack of depth in the stock market that each time $1 billion comes in, the stock market seems to pick up? And of course, now we've had billion after billion after billion coming in, with the return on money worldwide, the cost of money worldwide having gone down to zero or even negative. So clearly we have some advantage there. But I know that you have a specific way that you look at the economy, industry, and specific companies. So it would be useful to hear from your perspective, because you come at it from a multifarious view. You are also somebody who's a movie buff. Not only are you a movie buff, you've gone and made movies, including some famous ones like English Winglish. You are a person who is in touch with reality. I believe you spend a third of what you earn on charity. I think that is absolutely an amazing example to set for many of us to follow. You are a self-confessed foodie, and you love Chinese food and also dosas, I believe. And you also love horses. So you are an individual with an amazing personality. So you're not just about the stock market. You are a well-rounded, a well-sounded, and somebody who understands real life. So, and you have a famous quote, which I read somewhere the other day. You said, markets are like women, always commanding, mysterious, unpredictable, and volatile. So in this volatility, it would be interesting to hear from you as Prashant begins to question you. And again, I don't need to introduce Prashant. He's one of the senior folks at CNBC TV 18. Prashant, thank you very much for making the time to come in today. As a national news editor, you see a lot more than any of us does. So your perspective in how you pose the questions, not just the questions you pose, but also how you pose the question to Rakesh, would be useful for us to understand a little bit about what's going on in the market and what to expect, at least in the foreseeable future. And maybe, if Rakesh agrees, to put his hands on the crystal ball, also on the long-term future. So over to you, Prashant. And thank you for both of you for being today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Munjal. And thank you for that introduction. Appreciate you kicking this off. Mr. Jhunjhunwala, as you said, needs absolutely no introduction. He is the second wealthiest investor in India, but most definitely the best known, without a doubt. And I mean, he's not just an investor, but he's a personality. Mr. Jhunjhunwala, thank you very much for giving us your time here. Appreciate it.
My thanks to Sunil for the introduction. I hope I live up to it.
Thank you. Let me, let me just kick this off by asking you, I think, what is on everyone's minds right now, which is, this massive medical emergency which we have on our hands, not just in large cities, but across the country now. It's a worrying situation. What is your reading of the situation in terms of how that translates and percolates down to the economy and then maybe the markets?
No, first, let me start by saying, Prashant, that the non-availability of medical facilities for Indians is actually a tragedy. And it's a tragedy whom we cannot blame anybody, but as a society, we have not planned for, I think few societies have planned for this kind of a medical need. As far as, and this too shall pass. As far as markets are concerned and the country is concerned, see, let us look at the markets as if the COVID was not there, right? Now, if you look at the place, if you look at the markets, India is at the lowest level of corporate profitability to GDP, 1.5%. America is at 9%, right? This has come down from 2008. I think India was also 4%. Now, in between, we have had, an excess capital investment plan, right? And we have had a lot of change. We have had the bankruptcy law, we have had GST, we have had the real estate laws, right? A lot of things have changed. But I think, it took time for all these changes to be absorbed. Upon that, government is embarking on a big reform program. where you're going to have labor reform, mining reform, agriculture reform, the PLI scheme. You had Jan Dhan. We have, Aadhaar, which has helped us to become, we have digitally developed tremendously. I mean, I'm functioning from, I'm trading every day, I'm investing every day, right? So we as a society now are at the lowest level of corporate profits to GDP, while there has been great change. At the same time, we have a very healthy foreign exchange position. We don't have any excess debt. People talk of Indian debt. So China is 350% of debt to GDP. We are 120%. Our consumer debt is lower than Thailand, right? So I think India, let's forget the COVID. I think India is beautifully placed to, in my opinion, register double-digit growth in the next 4 to 5 years. And as I anticipated that despite this COVID second surge, we are going to have double-digit real growth in this year. And I can send you a Morgan Stanley report. He says if India has 6.5% of real GDP growth for the next till 2030, we'll be a $6.5 trillion economy, and earnings profit growth will be 23.5% compounded for the next 8 years. So I think we are on the verge, and we are in the midst of a very, very big bull run, which started the day the market made the bottom in 2020 at 7,500 Nifty. And I think we should be very agile. We should be we should take all precautions. But I think this is a small diversion in what is going to be a long bull market. That's my hope. That's my feeling. That's my intuition.
I think that is all. That's what all of us hope for. Mr. Jujunwala, so in a way, what you're saying is you should look through this. I mean, you should. But then,
I'm invested in Titan. Let us suppose Titan's earnings do not come from this first quarter. What difference is it going to make Titan for the next 10 years?
Sure, but for those who are oriented with this is a short-term question. I take your point, and I'll come to that slightly longer term in a bit. But do you think the markets will are pricing in the situation, the medical situation, appropriately? And also, since you say you got to look through it, any way to say, because markets start to figure out things much earlier. I mean, it's collective wisdom. When do you think it will start to sense, or how far is it when it starts to say that the medical emergency is starting to abate?
See, the medical emergency has two aspects. One is a human aspect, which is very tragic, and one is a business aspect, right? So, even if you had gone to Britain where there was much worse second surge, or in France, right, the second surge has abated. So markets are reading that this is but a blip in time. And once we get the vaccination program through, right, so then the worry is going to be very little. And I don't think more than 50 crore Indians really need the vaccination, because we already have a lot of what you call that community
herd immunity.
And this vaccination is going to be restricted to urban areas. I think India's urban population is 45 to 50 crores. So there are 10, 15 crores below the age of 18 which will not take the vaccination. So we're going to have the vaccination, then this will also abate. And experience shows that the second surge, it goes up very fast, it abates also very fast. I mean, I would very much like it that if the COVID would not have come. But I'm not going to change anything in my investing horizon just because of this COVID.
Fair enough. So you're saying at current levels, markets are appropriately pricing in what we have on our hands?
Well, that only we will know in insight, because it's difficult to predict. Suppose I think if this 250,000 a day is a peak, I'm quite confident markets will not go down. If it becomes uncontrollable, it goes to 500,000 a day and 6 lakhs a day, and we don't know it can. Who says it cannot? Right? So then the future will depend very much on what the future is.
Mr. Jujunwala, one is sort of number of cases, the other is number of deaths, as many are tracking. And that, I mean, if that continues to rise, I mean, that's
not rising at all as a percentage of cases. I just read a report from Credit Suisse yesterday. So as a percentage of number of cases, the deaths are far lower this time. And in most cases, the severity of the disease is also much lower.
Sure. Let's talk about the slightly longer term. You said, urban sort of population is where one will have to get the maximum amount of vaccinations will go into. latest data shows, and this was something which was discussed last year as well, that rural India has been much lesser impacted. It's largely urban centers which have been impacted. Some are fearing that that may not be the case this time. As I said, data shows that top 4 states now contribute about 58% of total active cases. This was 82% 2 months ago. So the concentration, yes, go on, sir.
Main cases are, you look at Maharashtra, the main cases are in the urban areas. 80% of the cases are in the urban areas. They may be in the rural areas, but they're not being tested, they're not being reported. And they're getting self-cured, I think.
Sure.
I think this is largely an urban phenomenon. And it's not going to really affect rural India.
Sure.
And first, to set up the infrastructure to give large vaccination rural areas will take time.
Sure.
So I think by June, a good part of urban India will be vaccinated. And also, the herd immunity will develop. The estimates are about 60% of people will be either vaccinated or have herd immunity by June.
Sure. You're saying 50% of urban India could be vaccinated by June?
See, Prashant, I want to tell you one thing. The press needs a good topic to blow up. I don't read the papers nowadays. Everything I hear is 2 are dead here, there's no oxygen here, there's no remdesivir here. So, this is being blown over all proportions. It's not a very, it's a flu. And let me tell you, 1 year later, it will be just like a common flu.
Right.
There's a medication for it. I'm told there's a medication that's being developed in America which will cure it. An Indian company has developed a liquid remdesivir, oral remdesivir. So we have to take it that, sir, yes, it's something, we have to take precautions. Lockdowns may be needed, but it's not the end of the world.
Sure. Mr. Munjal, slightly longer term, COVID is only 1 year old, right? I mean, it seems like a lifetime, and we are commenting and analyzing it all in real time. And it's to see what kind of impact it will have, medically and on the economy as well. Some are worried that while the stronger, larger companies, the listed companies which we talk about, which we discuss as part of Nifty Sensex, they continue to gain market share, grow stronger. The big get bigger, strong get stronger. Large sort of SMEs, MSMEs, those are areas which are getting severely impacted, not just this time, but last time as well. What does that do to longer term growth prospects? That's my question. Yes.
There is a natural consequence of any developing economy. As the countries develop, the big get bigger. There is capture market share, right? And we have no specific example. I hear from the press, the MSMEs are in trouble, this, that. You give us specific examples, no? You're making a big mountain out of a molehill without telling us. I agree, in the hospitality sector, big or small, everybody is affected. But which SMEs have closed down because of this, and the bigger ones have escaped? I only hear MSMEs are in difficulty. We don't know what the difficulties are. Right? And the acquisition of market share. Let's say jewelry. The organized sector is capturing market share from the organized sector, COVID or no COVID. So it's a natural evolution. As the economy develops, of course, MSMEs may be more affected than the larger companies. But I don't know they're as much affected as people are making them.
Sure.
You go to escorts, they can't get goods from the SMEs.
Sure.
Their plants are closing down because the MSMEs are not able to supply. So where they don't have the market?
Right. Mr. Jumla, my question only was about whether...
In 1920, we had the Spanish flu.
Right.
How many people died? I think 15 million or 18 million all over the world. And then America had the greatest prosperous decade of its life. I think we are going to have the roaring 20s in India.
Sure. Okay, let's leave COVID aside and leave it to the medical professionals and people who are trying to cure it, etc. Let's come to economy, markets, and prospects for India. Before we started, a bunch of us were on the call, and you were saying that there are moments when which are turning points, and if you capture them, you tend to make a lot of money, a lot of wealth. Can you tell us, in your experience, which were the 3 or 4 large turning points? Maybe post Harshad, 2000, 2008, maybe.
I will tell my life, which was a turning point. 89 was a budget of Madhuran Bhatte.
Right.
That lasted up to 93. Then the turning point was when the market made the low after September 11, 2001. Market made a low on September 18, which never came back. And we had a bull market actually from 2001 to 2008. And I think the COVID in 2020 March was the biggest opportunity I could have seen in my life. I mean, you had telco available at 80 rupees. A company whose sales were 3 lakh crores belongs to the house of Tatas, who owned a company with 8 lakh crore market cap, right? And telco was available for a market cap of 30,000 crores. So risk reward was so much in your favor. And I'm an interested party. I bought a lot of shares of Tata Motors, right? Which I hold. I want to make a SEBI disclosure. So I think these are the 3 biggest opportunities. The Madhuran Bhatte budget of 89, the market bottom after 2001, and 2021 March. 2020 March. I mean, 2020 March, you pick up INA, Mina, more. Anything you bought is double or triple or 4 times.
Right. And do you think that, that was a great opportunity when prices fell in very short periods of time? And as you said, you picked up anything and you made a lot of money. But has it also, I mean, do you believe that we are at a point where things are taking off? Because you've said that many times in many forums, that we are in a way at the start of a upcycle, upswing.
Even at the cost of reputation. I always believe in Indian inherent skills and abilities. We're a democracy, there is entrepreneurship. The Indians are among the most skilled people in the world. According to me, I could be wrong, right? And change comes slowly in India, but once it comes, it's permanent. See, I'm extremely bullish at the moment. I told a group of NRIs, what did America give you? America gave you a platform. By reform and by trying to have ease of doing business in India, we are going to give a platform to Indians, right? And as I see India, we are going to have more than double-digit growth this year. We're going to have 6, and then that 6 is going to 7, and that 7 is going to 8, and the 8 is going to 9, and that 9 is going to 10. And I see once that happens, it's going to continue for unbelievable period of time. We have the most favorable demographics of any nation in the world. We have skills, we have democracy, we will have reform, we will have the PSUs privatized. And I think the government is we are all Indians underestimating the determination of Mr. Modi to reform. I thought the insurance bill will be passed in 6 months. It has never happened that a reform is suggested in the budget and the bill is passed in the same session. So I think with this change, inherent skills, the transformation that we have undergone, and what makes me really happy is that all that is happening with good delivery of social justice. No Indian talks about the water program. 40% is in India waterborne. If every Indian gets water by tap in his house, half the mortality and the disease will reduce. I mean, for me, a few thousand crores more won't matter. But if every Indian can have water by a tap in his house, clean water, I think it's a dream for me. But nobody wants to acknowledge this in this country. What makes we Indians don't believe in ourselves. I want to write an article. Believe in ourselves, my fellow Indians. We will do it. And I may not live to see it. I'm telling you, one day India's GDP, India's per capita income will exceed China. It may take 25 years, it may take 30 years. But India will do it.
Sure.
I reserve the right to be wrong.
No, absolutely. So, let me ask you, which are structural themes which you will bet on? You are fully invested. I've heard you many times in the past in various forums saying that you are carrying the maximum amount of leverage you ever have in your life. I mean, actually, I want a clarification there as well. Is that still true? The second part, and first is, which are these themes to bet on, which is essentially the topic of our discussion today here. Yeah.
I think there is going to be a big upturn in the Indian economy, right? Metals. I think there are if you look at the divergence between the valuation of cement stocks and the valuation of metal stocks, and if you look at the prospects of metal stocks, I don't understand it here. So I think there's great opportunity, and I'm an interested party. I'm a large investor there, right? And I think, the most battered stock in the mid caps and the small caps are going to give the biggest returns. It's not the HDFCs and the Titans and the most favored stocks, according to me, which in the next 4-5 years will give the highest returns. It is the battered and the cyclical stocks which will give the best returns.
Just to pick up on that point on metals, this term super cycle is is a new favorite. I mean, it gets thrown around quite a bit. Any thoughts on whether this is really a cycle which will last for a number of years?
I think it will last for at least 8-10 years.
Okay.
Because there are basic reasons everywhere, pollution, because of pollution, production has to be reduced. Nobody has made an investment in metals for the last 10 years. There's been underinvestment. Even at these prices, the existing players have high profitability. If you see the replacement cost and the cost of getting new capacity, the returns are not very high at these prices. And with major investment in infrastructure, right? I think demand for metals is going to be huge. So there's been underinvestment. It's not that, you cannot, first of all, get plants easily. There are a lot of concerns because of the environment and pollution. And you cannot, at these level of prices also, at replacement cost, the profitability is not very high.
Mm.
The ROEs are not very high.
Mm.
So I think, and the sheer disbelief about it, right? And the realities are so much different than the disbelief. And it's just going on. And I've learned in my career that something happens, as long as there is disbelief, it's going to continue.
Right. When we say metals, just to narrow it down, are we talking steel? Are we talking
ferrous, non-ferrous, both?
Both. And in terms of non-ferrous in India, are there enough ways to play this upcycle? Because most are converters. So
no, Hindalco is there, Vedanta is there. They are not the converters. They are large companies. They'll have their EBITDAs in billions of dollars here.
No, I meant that you don't have big large miners where you kind of play the cost of metal going up directly in that way. But in any case,
Hindalco is a clean beneficiary. Vedanta is a clean beneficiary.
Sure.
He has got zinc. He has got no raw material, and he's converting into zinc.
Sure. So that is the entire metal space. You said other cyclicals as well, and which sort of narrow it down a little bit in terms of sectors, Mr. Nirmala.
No, I don't want to add. Maybe it is the small banks. It is the infrastructure businesses. One business on see last year India's pharma exports were 24 billion. I think the US the software exports were 210, 215 billion. I see this 24 going to 200 billion in time too. So I think pharma is going to be evergreen industry. And another thing which makes it very bullish on the Indian economy is, see, you're thinking of 10 to 12% growth in dollar terms for software exports. That means you get $20 billion where the value added is 15 billion. That gives a kicker to demand for everything. Including, and I think India is going to now play a very big role in manufacturing. Right? Now, Aurobindo is putting up a 3,500 crore fermentation plant. It will be the largest in the world. Under the PLI scheme. I'm an interested party. I'm a shareholder. So, I mean, I don't know, Prashant. I could be right. I could be totally wrong. But my perception of India and its future is far different from most Indians. And what makes me, maybe the people who don't share my perception may be right. I may be wrong. But actually, I think there's need for all of us Indians to be optimists. If we don't dream, if we don't believe, how will we achieve? मरा मुंह लेके जाएंगे तो मरे की खबर लाएंगे. I don't know if you understand Hindi or not.
Absolutely.
मरा मुंह लेके जाएंगे तो मरे की खबर. So why don't we as Indians believe we can do it? We can achieve prosperity. We can eliminate poverty. And we are at the threshold. And I wish I'm right only for India, for the poor of India, and I'm no politician. I have no political ambitions.
Mr. Junala, real estate is a space. Are you bullish?
Yeah, I'm bullish. But I'm not so bullish in the fancy real estate. I'm bullish, if you buy land around the second-tier towns in India, or you buy land along the land where the metro is coming. So I would say what I feel is there will be a lot of sale in the metropolitan cities of real estate or the Bangalore, Ahmedabad, but there will not be much rise in prices. right? So there'll be volume.
Sure. You briefly talked about software exports. This is one question. IT has been an incredible wealth creator over the last 15, 20 years. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are there any why have you in a way sat out of this IT journey, IT services exports journey?
I did not. I didn't know anything about a computer until 2001. And I never understood the importance of software. So I never made any investment, when these companies were not very well known. And then I have an investment in a large KPO. I own 55% of it. It's quite a substantial investment. I have that exposure now. And actually, I'm going to tell somebody to write on my grave that here is a guy who said was known to be a good investor, but never invested in Infosys and TCS.
Maybe you're getting closer to Mr. Buffett. But that the aversion to IT, but he corrected that mistake by buying IBM. I don't know.
The only rules are there are no rules, and the lesser prejudice you have, the better off you are.
Right. Your best known investment is Titan. It's a consumer play. What about FMCG broadly? Which are also very large, Daburs, Maricos, those kind of names. Again, something which you stayed away from.
Such an overwhelming wife in Titan. There is space for other skills. See, what I have done in investment is that wherever I have bought an investment at a very, very reasonable valuation, and it has shot up, I have tended to sell it and go into other scripts. And I also have a limit of capital. So when Titan is doing well, why should I sell Titan? Where do I get the money to buy some new scripts here?
Right.
You see, my portfolio is not something very structured and very, done on a basis of alpha and beta, and it's all my intuition, my feeling, and I've been horribly wrong sometimes, horribly right sometimes. So I don't really know why I never invest in certain shares.
Sure.
I'm happy with what I invested in.
Mr. Junala, you have a very large trading book. You also have a very large investment book. I've always wondered, and you're an avid trader as well. You enjoy it. How do you balance the two, and how do you manage things like position sizing, and when you have a very large stock?
All my capital is employed in investing.
Right.
For all my trading, I pledge my invested shares on this capital. So my ROEs in trading are unbelievably high. And ROE and investing are two different compartments.
Right.
Trading is le phatapat, it's short-term momentum.
Right.
Short-term can be even 9 months, 6 months, 1 year.
Right.
Well, investment is basically analysis on the earning potentiality.
Right.
And the continuance of that personality, of that value of that earnings.
Right.
So there are two different compartments, and I love trading. And how do I get the capital to invest? By trading profits only. No father gave, I wouldn't have taken even if my father-in-law gave, but then my wife would be my boss, right? So, I have to earn money in trading and invest basically. And there are different compartments, and if you can keep a wife and a mistress totally apart, you can be happy with both.
Right. Just a quick point on, briefly, if you can touch upon position sizing as well, Mr. Junala. In trading, how do you decide? Because you also made mistakes, but it's not cost you as a percentage of your portfolio too much. That's basically about sizing.
One thing is there, I'm ready to make a mistake, but make one which only I can afford. So I may live to make another one. So I can tell you one thing, I leverage, by God's grace, touch wood, I leverage with some maturity.
Right.
And it's not wrong to leverage, especially when the opportunity is so great.
Right.
I don't know there is no capital of mine involved in trading.
Okay.
All the capital I have for investment in trading is borrowed.
Right.
And it's borrowed against the security of my investments.
Right.
So really, if I earn 1 crore in trading, the return on capital is 1 crore %.
Right.
So there's no capital employed actually.
Right.
That is my capital employed.
Right.
Right. I pledge my shares and raise capital.
Right.
If I do it in the futures, I pledge shares, I give shares as margin and trade.
Right. Mr. Junala, what COVID has done, not just here in India, but around the world also, is that it's led to an explosion of activity from new investors, newbies, I mean, in the market. What advice would you give someone who's starting out and who wants to do this full time and wants to make money in the markets?
Biggest problem this is that GameStop and all that is nothing but a race course. It's damn exciting, and then people will make little money in 1 or 2 trades. They will bet bigger, and most of them will then go to the poorhouse or lose money rather.
Sure.
So I don't think it's healthy at all. It's happening in this GameStop and these cryptos and 20% fluctuation a day and 40% fluctuation a day. I think it's most unhealthy. I think the Indian regulator is doing much better than the Americans. I think it's unhealthy because, remember one thing my father had told me, nothing is more near the truth, that the stock market is fire, play, handle with care. So all these newbie-comers, I mean, time will tell. That's my opinion. I can be wrong.
And all these but financial innovation has always been part of the US market. I mean, they've always been on the edge in that sense. Some fail spectacularly, some pick up.
Yeah. Not 40% fluctuation in GameStop every day.
Absolutely.
You don't want assets with 15% valuation, fluctuation like cryptos.
Have you changed your mind about cryptos?
Not at all. I'll never change it.
Why is that? Why can't you be wrong about cryptos? Why can't?
I can always be wrong. Who said I can't be wrong? But what I'm saying is that's my opinion. I don't say every opinion of mine will be necessarily right here.
I mean, opinion subject to change or no change in this case?
There can be no currency. Can you have a currency which fluctuates 20% in a day? I go with a budget of 20 rupees to eat in Khyber, and they say, no, now it's worth 16 rupees, so eat less. How can you have a currency which fluctuates 15-20%?
No, but to be fair, Mr. Jindal,
how will a sovereign give up the right to issue currency?
No. To be fair, the US CFTC, no less, has deemed cryptocurrency as a store of value, as a commodity, not as a currency.
Let me tell you one thing, that may be the FTC's opinion. Anybody can create it. Tomorrow there can be 5 crore cryptocurrencies.
There are actually.
Then, what is the value? It can be a commodity which can be continuously replicated. How can it have value then?
Right.
There is a limitation to how do I determine the price of a commodity?
Sure.
The cost of production and the demand, no?
Yeah.
There is, everybody can, if I can create a substitute for aluminum every day, what will be the value of aluminum?
Sure, absolutely.
So this is just blind faith and belief in newness and technology.
Right.
Anything that technology does is not right.
Right.
I mean, if you look at and which country is going to give up the right to issue sovereign currency?
Right. Right.
Don't forget that Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs and all the blue-blooded bankers who are banking the crypto because they get business were the people who wrote buy reports for, which was Mr. Ketan Pani's companies. Which collapsed.
Yeah. I can't recall it now, but I know what you're talking about.
All were giving buy reports.
No, but even on Bitcoin, all these banks, global banks, wrote it off earlier. Even 2 years ago, they've all now come around.
That's why they got screwed in Angelo, no? Because for business, they will do anything and have any opinion.
Right. But Mr. Jindal, just a quick word on your unlisted activities as well in terms of investments into the unlisted space. Just talk a little bit about that. I mean, what are you doing there?
Those companies where they give buys global and Himachal. At 3,000 rupees, all they come out with buy reports. Sure. And price became 9 rupees.
Sure. Your thoughts. I mean, what are you doing in the unlisted part of the market right now, and where are you seeing opportunities?
I'm investing.
Where exactly? What kind of names? Because
I don't. What I've invested is in some two pharma companies, in the insurance company, in a KPO, FMCG, a shoe retailer. Then various other money management firm. We have some schools. Various businesses.
Sure.
But my investments are long period, 10 years, 12 years, 13 years.
Right. The value of your unlisted investments as a percentage of your listed investments? I mean, would that...
Don't know, was it 25, 30, 1/3?
1/3. Got it. this year, sorry?
Still, I myself don't know, I'm just guessing.
Okay. So, this year we'll see a lot of new age companies. I mean, like for example, Nazara came to the market recently. We don't have it's a gaming company. I mean, it's been described as a holding company which gets into all kinds of businesses, which does gaming in turn, but it's a gaming company. It's a new category. We'll have maybe Zomato, we'll have other companies, new age companies, which will make it to the market. Any thoughts there at all?
Yeah, when I invested in Nazara had 150 crores cash, right? And the only money Nazara had ever raised was $5 million. And it was a cash flow positive company. So I don't invest in all these. I mean, maybe, I don't have to go to every party in town, but I don't want to invest in these dreams.
Okay.
I can invest in a dream at a valuation.
Right. I mean, there's Zomato, I think there's Policy Bazaar, there is all kinds of big companies which may make it market this year. Nykaa, for example.
Report by Kotha.
Yeah.
Now people are saying insurance will go digital. Actually, the share of health insurance sold by agents and not digital has gone up from 70 to 75% in the last 5 years. And digital share is some 2%. So that's
interesting.
I just want to give back. I mean, Citibank, they say retail business is going to be sold for $2.2 billion. It was started 80 years ago. It's a highly profitable business. And you're valuing credit $2 billion. So God help us, boss. At the moment, I'm wrong, but I don't know how long it will last.
Mr. Junal, we have a few questions from viewers as well. And actually, we have a lot of questions. I'm going to take Dharmendra Mehta is saying, how will markets react to post COVID second wave, especially pharma and healthcare sector? I mean, I think, yeah, go on.
They'll do well. They are doing well and they will do well.
Okay. Mr. Raj Kumar Agarwal is asking, current revival in stock market is limited to IT, pharma and metals. Is it due to increase in liquidity or due to revival in growth rate? We have not yet seen signs of big revival in economic growth as predicted by various international agencies. Your thoughts?
Will always markets go up because there are more buyers and less sellers. So liquidity always plays a role. But I believe there is a revival. I don't agree there's not a revival, right? And I think the revival will accentuate as time passes. Post this second wave.
Mr. Bidyu Chakrabarti is asking, on metals and mining, do you see impact of too many regulatory changes done in mining sector that kind of brings in much more complexity in the value chain?
No, but it's not differentiating or changing the rules for mining for the other older companies. What government is doing is the mines, it is hastening the auctioning of mines, although where the mines have been taken and they're not being used, is liberalizing the usage of what is produced in the mines. Formerly, a company like Tata Steel had to use the ore only for its own production. Now, government is allowing them to sell it to anybody. So the reforms are all good for the mining sector, for the metal and the mining sector.
Fair enough. I'm being selfish because I want to ask one last question to you, Mr. Junwala. We have more questions coming in, but I think I've covered a lot of it. You're incredibly wealthy. You're incredibly well known. What would you like to be? I mean, what would you want to do with your money? Is my question in a way. I mean, I don't want to say what do you want to do in philanthropy or this or that, but what do you broadly want to do with all the wealth you've created?
I have come to a new definition of wealth. A wealthy person is one who thinks he has more than he needs. I have seen people who earn 1 lakh a month and they're very happy. I've seen people who earn 2 crores a month and they are unhappy. So wealth also has, पैसे की भी एक परिभाषा है. वो परिभाषा की कोई limit नहीं है. So what I feel is that wealth by itself, and I have realized that wealth by itself is not a source of happiness. It's a medium. It's not a result. Wealth does not result in happiness. Happiness comes from contentedness. If you are contented, you are happy, right? What I intend to do with my wealth is obvious: give some to my children, and give some to charity. And my, father used to say कि पैसे की 5 करोड़ अच्छाई है, खाली एक ही खराबी है. आदमी साथ नहीं ले जा सकता. I myself question myself a lot of times. Why do I want to earn? What use is it to me? But then I feel, what will I do? My wife will throw me out of the house. It keeps me engaged. It keeps me young. It keeps my brain active. And I've decided that certain percentage, minimum 25%. I have 3 children, and charity is my 4th child. I want to give equally to all of them. And if I and my wife agree, we might even give more to charity. That's what I want to do with this. I pray to God, not that you give me wealth. I pray to God that you give me the power to give. Because if He gives me the wealth, He doesn't give me the power to give. The wealth is of no use. But I want to do it in a very organized and very thought out manner, not on an impulsive basis like I was doing up to now.
Mr. Jhunjhunwala, great words and great way to end this session. Thank you very much. And thank you for being generous with your time and really appreciate it, sir.
Don't worry. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jhunjhunwala. Thank you, Mr. Jhunjhunwala. Thank you, Mr. Nair. That was a very, very interesting session. Many thanks to both of you for bringing out some very, very important points. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start our next session in 3 minutes, and I request you all to remain connected. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to plenary session 8 of the conclave, which is on future of democracy, political agility, and innovation in the new world. In this session, we'll explore how political innovations will change democracy in the future. We are joined today by Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament, INC, Dr. Sanjiv Goenka, Co-Chairman, NLC 2021 and Chairman, RP-Sanjiv Goenka Group, and Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today Group. A warm welcome to all of you. May I now request Dr. Goenka to introduce the session and our speakers. Over to you.
Thank you, Rekha. Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament, Indian National Congress. Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today Group. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a special session on a very important issue. Relevant, pertinent. With our chief guest for the session, who's not only erudite and eloquent, but highly capable, strong intellectual, a man of many talents, a man who's traversed different roles in a very successful career. a man with a way with words and ideas, a man at home in both the domestic and international arena, Dr. Shashi Tharoor. It's an honor and pleasure to have you with us. And many thanks for agreeing to do the session and sticking on with it despite your tryst with illness. You're truly a new age politician. You bring class and gravitas to political competition. Rajdeep, it's always a pleasure to have you. And thank you for agreeing to moderate this session. As you all know, Rajdeep is a veteran journalist and author of many books on contemporary politics. He has his finger on the pulse of the ongoing political revolution. Sometimes becomes unpopular because of his forthrightness. But all I can say is that every morning he shares with me little snippets which make my morning very worthwhile. Thank you, Rajdeep. Thank you for being with us. I'm sure all of you agree that democracy is undergoing a big change, and the proliferation of social media has removed all filters from political discourse. There is a direct digital interaction between the political leaders and the public. And new technology enables new ways of mobilizing political constituencies. And change is happening in the way politics is done. Change and democracy must keep up with the new social trends in society. To discuss this further, to throw more light, it is my pleasure and privilege to ask Rajdeep to take over and moderate this session. Thank you, Rajdeep. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sanjiv, for that very kind introduction, and always a pleasure to be at an AIMA convention, and a double pleasure to have my fellow senior from school, Campion School, one of the few from my school who's a member of parliament, Dr. Shashi Tharoor. So thank you very much, Shashi, and I wish you well. I'm told you've taken a COVID test, and I hope you pass the test and recover soon. So
thank you. Well, good to see you both.
He hasn't tested positive as yet, otherwise this will become breaking news. But I wish you all the very best. I know you've been campaigning aggressively in Kerala. It's a very interesting subject that you've chosen, the future of democracy, political agility, and innovation in the new world, because we are in an increasingly digital world, and the impact of that on politics is being felt in every way. But I want to start, Dr. Tharoor, with something that is in the news, because you've been through a very long campaign in Kerala. We've just seen, or we're going through a very long campaign in West Bengal. All of this taking place in COVID times, numbers of cases increasing exponentially, but on the ground, and I was in Bengal last week, very little masking, no social distancing. And therefore it leads me to ask this, and I'm linking it to the digitization around us. Could elections have been fought in a Kerala or a West Bengal through simply an expanded digital footprint, that politicians who speak to us about do gas ki duri, about social distancing, none of you or very few of you walk the talk? Would I be right in saying that election campaigning remains a step behind what it should be in a more digital world?
I'm not sure that's entirely fair, though I would agree with you that in an ideal world, we would respond to COVID by taking steps like that. The truth is that even in the developed West, there still is no substitute for rallies, for public gatherings, and for your own smile to win votes rather than a masked appearance. In Kerala and in Bengal, I think where we went wrong was in the length and duration of the campaigns, particularly, I would say, Bengal with 8 phases, which with hindsight surely must strike the election commission as having been grossly unnecessary. And as a result, of course, the prolonged campaign meant a prolonged level of exposure and frequent repetition. I would say that as a practical proposition, it became impossible to campaign in Kerala while maintaining COVID protocols in any sensible sense of the term. I would step out of my car wearing a mask and be instantly mobbed and surrounded by party workers and the crowd. I would be sort of thrust onto a stage. On the stage, when I began speaking with the mask, the shouts would go up, take your mask off. And of course, since I'm on stage and there's a distance, I would take the mask off. But quite often, I'm afraid, people would cluster around me, even on stage, before I could put the mask back on. When you're on these ruts, waving at people on the, what we call the paryadnams, the sort of the paryatan, if you like, in Hindi, where you are actually trying to show your face to the people, a masked face will not win votes. And so you again tend to demask yourself. And if anybody else on that vehicle with you has the virus, you'll get it. So it really isn't easy for anyone on the traditional campaign trail to avoid exposure. Now, you're suggesting, can we all stay at home or in conference rooms and broadcast on digital media? As I said, I'm not sure that's yet been tried even in the developed world fully. And certainly in India, we would immediately be open to accusations of elitism, that we'd be bypassing the bulk of the public. In fact, by and large, politics is a field for the disenfranchised, the poor, the ordinary folks. The people who are likely to come and crowd into a Maidan are not the ones who are going to be sitting at home with a mobile phone or a laptop and listening to you digitally. So you would be appealing to a different constituency. All of us use social media. We used little video messages, we used YouTube, we used interviews. We did all of that stuff, but only as an add-on to the core in-person campaigning for which no one still seems to imagine any viable substitute.
It's interesting the way you're putting it, because then this puts the entire sort of debate over the expanded digital democracy, perhaps in some context. What you seem to suggest, Dr. Tharoor, is that there is no substitute for the human connect. That, corporate India can work from home. Journalists, in a way, certainly can anchor programs sitting at home. But when you are in public life, necessarily the human connect, or indeed even just seeing your face, as you said, even a mask is not good enough. You think that's almost necessary, that some things will not change. Certain traditions will not change, even in a so-called new world.
Well, traditions have changed, but not that fundamentally. They've changed, for example, in the sense that, when I contested in 2009, I was the only candidate with his own website. Forget any other form of social media. By 2014, as we all know, not only was I no longer the only one, but I had even been eclipsed in terms of Twitter followers by Narendra Modi. And by 2014, pretty much every significant politician in India had a social media account. Twitter, YouTube, Facebook were all being pressed into service. So changes have happened. And of course, they've galloped exponentially since then. The entire phenomenon of WhatsApp groups has been key to the BJP's campaign strategies everywhere. They literally have people paid salaries to run, hundreds of WhatsApp groups, each one with 256 members, often with targeted messaging, reinforcing the prejudices they want to reinforce, or the points of view they want to communicate. All of this has changed our democracy. So let's not get it wrong. Social media has come into importance. All of you in the media who initially were resistant, I remember the hostility I encountered when I first bypassed the media by going straight to the public on social media. Within a fairly short while, all of you embraced it yourselves, you notably, Rajdeep, and others. And as a result, you yourselves are amplifying your ideas on social media. But equally for a politician, I remember the late Arun Jaitley saying to me, my God, social media has changed my life. In the old days, if I wanted to get a message across, in those days he was still in the opposition, he said I would have to draft a press release, call a press conference, call 20 of my media friends to attend it, or stand there, talk to them and get them to report it. Today, all I have to do is dictate a blog and put it out on the website, and I sit back and it's all in the newspapers the next day. And that really is equally true of tweets, of shorter messaging. So all I can say is these changes are real and more changes will come. but they don't happen overnight. Initially, you have traditional means of campaigning plus. Then the plus becomes heavier and more and more and more pluses, and perhaps the traditional means become less and less significant. But in my 3 Lok Sabha elections and 3 assembly elections that I've campaigned in, I have not seen anything disappearing from the campaign repertoire. I've only seen additions. So the jeeps are there, the rallies are there, the street corner stuff is there, the squad visits to people's homes are there, the leaflets and pamphlets are there. Every single traditional technique is still being used. Plus, there's also WhatsApp groups, YouTube videos, etc., etc. So what you're seeing now is additions and not subtractions. Will the additions push out the subtractions? Maybe in due course. But India is, in these respects, I'm sure, slower to change. But I haven't seen such rapid change in the West either.
You know, it's interesting you mentioned, of course, WhatsApp groups, because, you know, I see that as one of the weapons now used increasingly in elections. In Bengal, there are some 80,000 polling booths, and the BJP and I think the Trinamool has a WhatsApp group with administrators in charge for every booth.
That's right.
And sort of spreading the messages in real time. But is this a double-edged sword? As you said, you know, you can sort of speak directly in a way to your voter in real time, send your messages. You don't need the media anymore all the time, certainly, to send out your messages. But is it a double-edged sword? Does it in some way also end up spreading misinformation, disinformation, dividing societies, and creating what I see is a hyper-polarized society as well? So is it a double-edged sword?
Absolutely. First of all, misinformation is absolutely there, partially because social media has no filters, unlike the good old days of the media when fact-checking was routine and everything went through an editor, a sub-editor, a copy editor, and so on before it saw the light of print. Today, everything goes directly on and is very quickly replicated because of the instantaneous nature of our social media. So even I, and I know you, have both been guilty of retweeting something which perhaps had not been verified. And these are things which lead us all to be accused of misinformation. Secondly, disinformation. The deliberate conveying of falsehoods gets a far, far freer play on social media, precisely because, again, there are no censors, no editors, no one checking. People can put things out there. And we are all obliged, I'm afraid, to take it at face value, especially if it comes from a relatively reputable source. And then there's also something worse, and that's hate speech incitement. We've had so many examples, and the most notorious recent one was President Trump being banned from Twitter and from other forms of social media for having incited the violence on Capitol Hill on the 6th of January. If that can happen to a sitting head of government and head of state, you can imagine how much more would have been deserved in cases where we have seen hate speech, particularly against the Muslim community in our country, coming out of so many politicians' social media accounts, and in many cases getting away with it for ages, for days on end before any action is taken. So all of those, misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, are definitely a corollary risk. And I don't want to imply that social media is entirely blissful and straightforward, but these negatives, I still would like to think, can be identified, can be reacted to, can be controlled, and more, even the social media gatekeepers are waking up to their responsibility not to let these things run around purely in the name of free speech, because though we all respect and value free speech, no one wants censorship. We do want to also worry about the health of our society and our politics.
You know, you mentioned gatekeepers, and you mentioned the need perhaps for some filters at some level, because the fear is, and this is where the fear for the future of democracy comes, is on one hand, you've got the rise of populist strongmen or strong women across the world. And on the other hand, you have these large social media sites with very little sort of filters existing at the moment, the Facebooks and the Twitters of the world. And they almost seem to feed on each other. The rise of the sort of populist autocrat strongmen leaders across the world, and the rise of these large behemoths in the social media space. Do you think that they actually work in tandem? We've seen it with Trump, for example, where he was accused at times of using these misinformation and disinformation campaigns to his advantage. And we're seeing it with other leaders also being criticized. for much the same reason. So
that's right.
Do you
So
believe
we're
that,
seeing,
yeah, go
we're
ahead.
seeing all that, and at the same time, Rajiv, we may be in danger of losing sight of the positives. Since our session is supposed to be about the future of this kind of digital democracy,
yes,
let me say that there are one set of very, very important positives we've overlooked. For example, the fact that social media has forced institutions of governance to be more accountable and responsive. That prior to the digital age, the balance of power rested firmly with the institutions of governance, your parliament, your executive, etc., was always much more powerful than the ordinary citizen. And as a result, the delivery of essential services, permissions, clearances were consistently plagued by delays, by red tapeism, by centralization of power, and ministers and senior officials were remote and inaccessible figures. But social media has changed that, right? It's forced institutions to evolve. The citizen now has a platform to highlight their concerns and amplify the reach of their concerns in a manner in which the government or the administration can no longer ignore their voices. For example, complaints regarding train services in India directly tag the railway social media handles. You might even get a reply from the railway minister. Citizens in distress abroad getting the attention of Sushma Swaraj when she was External Affairs Minister by directly writing to her on social media and so on. It's also forced governments and institutions to concentrate on building public trust, since social media has forced everyone to implement new levels of transparency and accountability. And many institutions and government are now keen on fostering increasing goodwill by showcasing and highlighting their work on social media platforms. And this sort of two-way communication that for the first time is so easy between citizen and government. I mean, most of the time, I still remember, and you will remember an era in which most people didn't know how to have access to their government representatives. Now you have through social media a direct form of being able to do that. So those are all the positives. But if one were to look at the negatives, and it's worth looking at that, one of the things I've noticed, particularly in the last couple of years of the COVID crisis, is the danger when we talk about the future of the rise of the surveillance state. Because during the COVID outbreak, a key issue that was often debated at the very beginning was the inadequacies of existing data systems to monitor and track the spread of the transmission of the virus, right? So people came up developing dedicated apps and tools to track people, their travel history, their contact with other infected individuals, and so on. The Arogya Setu app, you remember, was one example in India. Many countries had equivalents. But all of this stuff that tracks you is no longer necessarily linked only to a virus. You could easily see in a post-COVID world an enhanced deployment of surveillance and data gathering under the guise of preventing a similar scenario in the future. And how exactly this is implemented will be absolutely critical in determining an individual citizen's right to privacy. Because let's face it, an app that can tell you whether you have met an infected person can also tell the police if you have met an opposition leader, attended an opposition rally, gone someplace where the government wasn't happy to see you go, etc. On top of that, you know, we know the surveillance state as a concept is not new. It's been written about widely for a couple of decades. But now with the rise of artificial intelligence and the open, almost unembarrassed collaboration between governments and big tech, coupled with the concentration of power, of artificial intelligence power and data in the hands of very few organizations and government, because they're very expensive, right? When this Pegasus software business came up, it was revealed at that time that Pegasus being the famous software where one missed call to your WhatsApp would give them access to your phone. Well, that software apparently costs 7 crores a pop. Now, how many individuals can afford it? Governments, of course, can. So suddenly you have this concentration of power, information, data, technology in the hands of the authorities and very few other very powerful, affluent organizations. So their ability to surveil you in real time has been enhanced. And in the realm of disease and pandemic management, that's great surveillance for public health, no one will quarrel with. But that can be used as the proximate excuse for constant upgrades and investment in government's abilities and large corporations' abilities to be in the surveillance mode. And that could have real worries for the safety and health of our democracy in future. I felt it necessary to lay that warning down because, who knows what the future really holds. And yet the danger of this, and certainly in a country like India, where our government has not been particularly good about its handling of data. We just heard recently how every single car registration data in this country collected by the state governments and shared with the center has been sold by the center to a private company for a fee of 1 crore a year. I mean, it's quite shocking. They're doing these things. Today's car registration data, tomorrow it could be your mobile phone tracing apps. So let's be very conscious that we are facing a real challenge for our democracy through the rise of the tools and techniques of digital surveillance.
At the end of the day, though, it comes to, achieving the right balance. For example, as you say, the digital world leads to perhaps greater accountability of public representatives, but it also means a loss of privacy. And that perhaps extends to the average citizen. With my Aadhaar card, I perhaps get better delivery of services than I did in the pre-digital era, but I'm also likely to have handed over many details of my life to the Indian state. So, I mean, I just wonder how you strike that balance. At one level, you do need accountability, you do need better delivery of services, and on the other, you cherish your privacy, but there is no space for privacy in this new world. So, I mean, do you see a possibility in the future of achieving that balance, or do you believe we just have to give up our privacy?
No, I don't think we have to. I don't think we have to give up our privacy, but I will say, Rajdeep, that we need to elect people with whom we can trust our privacy too. I mean, let me be very blunt and say, for example, that you can create institutions with enough independent checks and balances, or you can subvert them. It's very interesting, for example, that in the data protection bill that the government put forward, which is before a parliamentary select committee right now, that itself is another story. It should have come to my committee, but because I'm chairing it, it was taken away and given to a select committee chaired by a BJP member. That was very interesting. I had much earlier proposed in a private member's bill that we should have an independent data regulatory authority, which would consist of, former judge, somebody from a tech background, a tech company background, somebody from a consumer background, an interested stakeholder, yourself, whatever, that kind of independent body to be the final authority on deciding access to data, a release of data, return of data, and so on. Government retained the idea of a data regulatory authority, but decided to be staffed entirely by government-appointed bureaucrats. Now you can see the difference. Obviously, the government-appointed bureaucrats will do the government's bidding, and the government's bidding will be to grab more of your data and find out more intrusive things about you. Whereas the formula that I would have thought in a democracy would work better, and which other democracies, Europe, for example, the Western European democracies are all following, is one in which they actually encourage an independent authority representative of society to be responsible for these kinds of issues on data. Now, there's just one example. I mean, you can build in checks and balances in a democracy, but if you have a government that doesn't want to, that actually wants more information, more control, and more surveillance, you're going to have a real problem. And so all I can say is our voters need to be enlightened enough to choose people and governments and authorities that respect their rights, privileges, freedoms, and privacy. Otherwise, they will get the government they vote for, and the government they vote for may not let them enjoy those rights for too long.
Are you saying that governments of the day are now, both at the state and local and national level, more accountable to the voter, to the people, than they were when you started off in public life 10 years ago, because of the proliferation of this digital ecosystem? Are you saying that that gap between the voter and the leader, which was seen to be huge, has actually shrunk because there's this sense of directly connecting to my public representative?
Yes, I already said that, Rajiv. I won't repeat myself, but there's no doubt.
So I'm just wondering
whether
you believe that in the next 10 years, that gap will actually shrink further?
That's it. So social media has democratized the space for thought. It has allowed the outsider to find a space in our politics, in our governmental life, develop their own narrative, communicate directly to authorities, all of that. But equally, it has empowered the government by giving the government more and more tools to influence you, to inform you, to misinform you, to surveil you, etc. Now, a balance is possible, but it will unfortunately depend on the goodwill of the government, whether it wants to give you that space. So if we are going to ensure through social media, through our digital democracy, that we want to ensure that our government recognizes certain curbs on its rights to invade our privacy, take and dispose of our data, etc. If we want that, then to be honest, Rajiv, we have to vote for it, because given a free hand, governments like to arrogate more power, more control to themselves, and we've certainly seen that at work with the present government.
And do you therefore see also with that the rise of what, as I referred briefly to, the rise of the sort of strongmen leaders, the rise of the personality cult, with this sort of multimedia universe in which we live, where the medium is the message, and someone who's an effective communicator can actually just capture the entire political narrative and leave very little space for anyone else to have a counterpoint, particularly if that individual is backed by huge resources.
No, the counterpoint exists, but unfortunately, everyone's in silos. They're preaching to the converted. So there is no doubt, for example, that those who are recipients of the ruling party and the government's messaging are inundated, as you rightly observed, by a single-minded narrative that is supportive and admiring of the government and the prime minister, builds up the personality cult of the prime minister, all of that. Whereas there are other kinds of messaging, satirical messaging about the government, cartoons, memes, things poking fun of the government that are also going around, but they tend by and large to move within their own circles. So I probably get a lot more anti-government messaging than any of my BJP MP friends are seeing on their WhatsApps. Perhaps you, if you are exposed sufficiently to both sides, are getting both. But many, many Indian citizens are not. They are getting a sort of, shall we say,
so we're living in our
chamber.
That's right. I was going to use the word. It seems as if that we're all living in our echo chambers and talking at each other rather than talking to each other. So I just wonder whether the space for dialogue, the space for engaging with each other is actually getting more and more restricted. And that worries me, because in the future then we become a much more hyper-polarized society.
Yeah, this is absolutely true. And it's ironic in some ways, because social media, which, as I said earlier, has forced institutions of governance to be more accountable and responsive, and which has given the citizen more access to government, has also divided us and has also put us into these different echo chambers, has also managed to make us more vulnerable to the farther and deeper reach and control of those in power. So how do we manage to strike? It's interesting, for example, when you remember as recently as 2013, 12, 13, 14, the Anna Hazare protests, they were not as big on social media as they were on television. They were blanketing the television space, and that's how the opposition narrative dominated. When it came to the anti-CAA protests just before COVID, I mean, that is 2019, you found a lot of the protests were very active and intense where they were, and were being covered and reported within echo chambers, but could also be ruthlessly excised from the public media in terms of limited coverage on television and being blanked out of the social media of the ruling party and the authorities. So it becomes a very different phenomenon. I'm still coming to terms with how this is going to work with the next set of protests. The farmers' protests were the next. I was just going to come to that. And that's turned out to be quite interesting, because the farmers organized themselves to actually put out social media messaging. And you may remember that when things reached their peak, the government and the police decided to shut the internet down in those areas where the farmers around Shingur had concentrated and were sending out videos and messages. Even the live Facebook feed of the tractor rally being taken out with court permission by the farmers was unable to be broadcast because their internet feed was cut. Now, this is worrying. We've seen this in Kashmir, where the government essentially shut down the internet. They will argue it was not against protests, it was against terrorism. Fair enough. But the truth is that even the court said there is a a disproportionate impact of shutting down 4G services and therefore de facto internet for an entire population versus trying to deny access to it for a handful of terrorists, and there have got to be better ways of being able to do it. But when you look at something like Shingur, it was a very deliberate action by the government and the police authorities to curb the ability of the farmers to get their messages across to the general public. And that worries me, because if social media can be curbed in that manner, then social media as a vehicle for dissent, as we've seen, for example, with the Black Lives Matter protests, or even earlier, the Jasmine Revolution in North Africa, Tunisia, Egypt, Libya, Syria, where social media played a major role, or even in Hong Kong till the Chinese came and cranked down on it. What happens to all of that in future? Do we actually incentivize governments to be more heavy-handed in curbing our social media in order to control these protests, as China has done in Hong Kong, as the government of India and the Delhi police did with the farmers? So the question is, which direction will democracies take? And I have to come back to the political choice we make. Will we elect people who will safeguard the rights of protesters, dissenters, and so on? Or will we elect people who crack them down with a heavy hand? And there, I must say, public sympathies, by and large, seem to be much more with
cracking down.
Cracking down. If you look at some of the recent polls, there was a study by the Azim Premji University that found that 50%, I believe it was, in fact, I'm writing about this in a column next month, 50% of respondents in 4 large Indian states expressed a preference for an authoritarian alternative to our existing democracy. And there was a Harvard study by Monk and Foer, which found that India was actually amongst the worst countries in terms of expressing support for non-democratic or authoritarian models of governance. For example, it had a sentence saying, a strong leader who does not have to bother with parliament and elections is a good way to run this country. And they asked people to agree. Over 70% of Indians said yes, behind only Russia and Romania in the whole world. Even Pakistan didn't say, Pakistan 62% said yes. In India, it was over 70. And this desire for a strong leader in India has given us the disasters we're facing today from having elected and re-elected a strong leader, quote unquote. So all I can say is that for us, democracy in the future of our country requires checks and balances, an effort to promote consensus, autonomous institutions that can have some sort of a balancing impact upon government's overweening power, as well as, of course, the rights of citizens to express themselves, to disagree, to dissent, to have free speech on media and social media, and of course, to have their own rights of privacy. And all of this as a package will have to constitute our understanding of democracy in the future. Will we be allowed to do that? Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, I can even add the Pew's research also showed this sort of preference for a more sort of dictatorial approach to you mentioned the farmers' protest, and in some ways, again, it becomes a double-edged sword. Some thought that the social media images were just magnifying what was happening. The others thought that it was giving voice to people who are otherwise voiceless, and gave the farmers an opportunity in a way to challenge the state and put their view. It also melted global boundaries. I think, the fact is that people in Canada, in United Kingdom, in America were also sort of responding in a manner that perhaps was unlikely 10, 20 years ago, some charged with sedition as a result. So I just, as we sort of look at the big picture, are you hopeful? Is the glass half full, or is the glass half empty? Or you believe that the next 10 years, the next decade will be this disruptive decade wherein we will either face a greater state, we will see the greater state control over all forms of dissent through social media, or we will see public outcry forcing a greater opening up and a form of citizen journalism or citizen activism coming to the fore. I guess the jury is out.
Yeah, the jury is out. And, as I express my own pessimism about the rise of the surveillance state, let me equally say that the answer to your question will become apparent in the next few months. The colossal mismanagement of the COVID crisis and the crisis faced by ordinary citizens throughout the country today, as the virus runs through our land like wildfire, completely demonstrating the failure of our authorities to plan, to equip, to expand hospital capacity, to create enough resources for manufacturing vaccines, for putting enough ventilators, ICUs, etc. in place, as more and more people die, as crematoria and mortuaries are overflowing. But all of these things happen. There is bound to be, in the normal course, a public outcry. Will the government be able to use these tools we've talked about to clamp down on it? Or will they actually find themselves forced to surrender, as it were, to acknowledge their own failures and mistakes? We will see. This is not a government that has ever showed any inclination to admit its own errors, even though it's made several. And it's also a government which in many ways has learned how to manipulate social media and the whole digital tools of governance to its advantage. So in these circumstances, we'll have to see. And then, it may well be inspired by a country like China. In Hong Kong, let's not forget that in that worst political crisis that the Chinese had ever experienced, when the Hong Kong protesters really ran rampant and they were leaderless and decentralized, it was a faceless movement in many ways, even though there were some elected Hong Kong leaders. By and large, ideas were gaining traction, smaller groups were spun off to coordinate specific actions, posters or memes were shared in Telegram chat groups, were printing them out and posting them around the city. The dissenters were financed by crowdfunding raised on social media. The iPhone is very popular in Hong Kong, so Apple's AirDrop function allowed them to bypass the government's official telephone lines and spread information rapidly. All of these things happened, and suddenly the Chinese realized that this place had got out of control, that it was literally one country, two systems, and that Hong Kong was a hyper-democracy being ostensibly accountable to a one-party authoritarian communist state. And Beijing said enough is enough, and they cracked down, they arrested people, they amended the rules under which Hong Kong is governed, they shut down the freedoms on social media, and they disqualified large numbers of democratic representatives who wouldn't allow them to proceed. Now, China can do that. I hope India can't, because India still is a democracy, and I would like to believe that our government still values the cachet it gets internationally and globally from being a democracy. So how far will our government go, and how will our democracy evolve? I would say the next 2.5, 3 years leading to the elections of 2024 will be determining. I don't think we'll need to wait 10 years. By 2024, it will be very clear in what direction India is going and what the people of India are prepared to either tolerate or accept or vote for. And that will give us a clear indication as to where to go. I think the big sort of battle for India's soul that I've been talking about and warning about for 2 elections already may really be reaching its climax of the next one.
Interesting. We just have a couple of minutes to go, and I know you're coughing away, and you've been sort of very kind enough to join us, even though you clearly are unwell. Before I open up to those couple of questions, just wanted to know a thought that I had, and I think you've expressed this once publicly. Here we are doing the AIMA convention via Zoom, connecting people, delegates are there. I wonder why Parliament doesn't do it. In the last 1 year, Parliament has barely met, and most of the sessions, including the most recent one, were truncated. One of the fears was COVID. I'm just wondering, in the times that we live in, if COVID is such a warlike emergency that the country faces, why can't the 543 members of the Lok Sabha and the 230 odd members of the Rajya Sabha, in a way, be connected through a digital footprint?
Exactly, and the 30 members of each parliamentary committee, which are also not allowed to meet virtually. The government is basically, and the parliament leaders, that is the chairman of the Rajya Sabha and the speaker of the Lok Sabha, have taken the stand that it has to be physical meetings. And I don't understand why. I have been writing to the speaker since last year, both about Parliament itself and about committee meetings. I chair a committee, and I find it very difficult to assemble a quorum. I've just cancelled a meeting that were scheduled for this week 2 days ago, precisely because I don't have a quorum. And even when I initially had enough acceptances, as the COVID situation got worse, people started canceling on me and I didn't have a quorum. Now, I've said to the speaker, either we reduce the quorum requirement or eliminate it for those meetings that aren't taking decisions or adopting reports, so we can meet and hold government accountable. Or we find a better solution, because in this modern day and age, for us to insist on everything being done physically or not at all actually plays into the hands of those who don't want parliamentary accountability. And I think that's most unfortunate.
Himanshu Agarwal has a question for you, Dr. Tharoor, which is, he believes that social media needs to be used by politicians through differentiated messaging to interact directly with citizens. Now, as you said, a few politicians have done it successfully. I thought the late Sushma Swaraj used it very successfully to sort of reach out to NRIs and other citizens who felt they were, needed government support. Others have done it. You're an example of it, and some other MPs, including Prime Minister Modi, have used the medium well. Many, of course, say that as a result, you're bypassing. I mean, my criticism, this is not linked necessarily to Himanshu's question, is that you bypass traditional media and thereby prevent us from holding you accountable. Leaders of today hold less and less press conferences, both at the center and in state governments. And so there are, how do you engage with citizens more constructively? And how do you ensure that the traditional media is not bypassed?
Well, frankly, you do need to bypass traditional media for many of the situations we find ourselves in, because it usually involves citizens in distress who need to reach to people in authority directly. By the time the media pays attention to them and amplifies it, precious time is lost. So whether it's somebody, as I mentioned earlier, tagging the railway minister's social media handles about a crisis on an ongoing journey from his train compartment, whether it's a citizen abroad whose passport is gone and who has a flight to catch, tagging the external affairs minister, whether it's people reaching out for my help in my constituency, or even for that matter, politicians in other states, when the COVID lockdown happened, politicians in other states didn't know what to do about their constituents stranded in Kerala, and the one politician they knew in Kerala was me. So I got tagged by politicians from Bengal and Nagaland and Rajasthan and Himachal saying, we have so-and-so citizens stuck in such and such place, can you help? And it was a delight to be able to do that. But honestly, bypassing you guys was the only way to, because the need was immediate and you didn't have a relevant role that much to play.
No, bypassing conversely, us was more from us holding you accountable.
Conversely, so all these immediate humanitarian kinds of situations we're dealing with every single day. And I get requests every single day, including very recently in Kerala, I had this incredible protest campaign by students against having to go and take a physical examination as COVID was running rampant. And I realized how serious it was by seeing the sheer volume and intensity of the concerns. I called the governor myself, and he had not noticed how bad the problem was. In fact, he wasn't aware that there was this thing happening. And I must say he responded immediately and postponed the examinations within a matter of hours. So by the time these people would have written to all of you in the media and you would have done an article or a TV news story, and whether it would have reached the governor's attention, this is a far more efficient way of achieving the result that these citizens wanted. But let me give you a different example of bypassing media constructively. Even though it was not appreciated at the time by you guys, when I was Minister of State for External Affairs in my first year of office, and I was the only politician controversially using Twitter, when I went to Liberia, it was the first visit by any Indian minister in 38 years. Similarly, when I went to Haiti in the aftermath of the earthquake there, it was the first Indian ministerial visit ever. But both were completely ignored in India by the mainstream media, by TV, by newspapers, everything. The only way the Indian public knew about any of this was through my Twitter updates and the links I posted at that time. And if it's a legitimate interest for an Indian minister to promote India's Africa diplomacy or our Haiti relief efforts, then it was only through social media I could do so, because for you guys, it's not a very interesting story. That's part of the problem.
Shashi, Dr. Tharoor, we've virtually come to the end of this session. I just want to say this. I was in Kerala, as I said a few weeks ago, covering the campaign in Thiruvananthapuram. I went to University College in Thiruvananthapuram, where all the students were mainly left supporters. Totally. But they said, we'll vote for Dr. Tharoor as our MP, but for our MLA, we're going to choose the left. Now, I don't know whether that is good news or bad news for you during a state election. But either way, I think you've been a politician ahead of your times, particularly in the way you've engaged with citizens using social media. And maybe if we had many more like you who used it constructively, I think we'd build a better democracy. As I said, and I think we've said, it's a double-edged sword, but it is something that holds enormous, there is an enormous capacity in social media to help build a better democracy. So thank you very much, Dr. Tharoor, for sharing your thoughts. Stay well. I hope that you recover from that cough and cold soon enough. And thanks very much for joining us, and to AIMA again for having us on this session. Two campaignites talking to each other. It's been great fun. Thank you. Thank you, Sanjiv, and thank you all.
Thank you, Rajiv.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tharoor. Thank you so much, Mr. Sardesai. It was a wonderful session. I wish you a lot of good health, Dr. Tharoor, from AIMA. Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move on to the next session, which starts in another 4-5 minutes. That would be the last session of this conclave. Please stay tuned. Thank you. Until
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the very last session of the conclave, a panel discussion on the big disruption leadership in the post-COVID world. It gives me great pleasure to welcome on the virtual dais Mr. Harshpati Singhania, President AIMA, Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, Co-Chairman NLC 2021, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, immediate past President AIMA, and Mr. Pranjal Sharma, Economic Analyst, Advisor, and Writer and Author, India Automated. Many thanks for joining us for this session. It's a pleasure to have you all with us today, and a warm welcome to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has tested business leadership like nothing else, and the test has just become more severe. The second wave of COVID has brought back lockdowns, and the economic recovery faces fresh uncertainty. There are not enough vaccines to go around to restore a sense of safety and freedom. The churn in the global supply chains and trade flows is getting only stronger. Business leaders are also in the middle of a major technological upgrade of organizations and business models. In fact, it's a perfect storm. In this session, we will hear about how business leaders can reinvent themselves and their organizations for survival and growth. It is now my pleasure to invite Pranjal to conduct the session.
Thank you, Rekha, and good evening, everybody. It's the final session, but I think we'd like to pose the biggest question to the three very eminent business leaders of the country and, of course, of the world as well, in terms of the scale of operations that they have and the complexity of businesses that they run. I think the key question here, and I'm going to request all the leaders present here to address it, is while we've been talking about the challenges, midterm, near term to long term, I think the sudden surge of COVID in the last few days, not even weeks, has caught everybody off guard, which means that while by mid-April we were looking at a fairly normal 2021, it looks like we may have to go back to our drawing board. So I'm going to request and all three of them to address this, that this is where real leadership comes through. How do you guide people out of a crisis? And can we rise above to see something far more positive which lies beyond that? So Harshi, I'd like to begin with your views on where we are and how should leaders like you guide us out of it?
Thanks, Pranjal, and a pleasure to be here on this panel. It's really a moving target. And I think well, we heard this a lot in this AIMA conference, but it is still true that we have to be very agile and responsive. So really, as a business leader, one has to respond, not react. Actually, that's the real issue, because we really don't know how things are going to play out. So this is, I think, one key thing that I think we all as business leaders have to keep reminding ourselves. At least I try to remind myself of that. The second is that, obviously, again, our first focus is our people, because people are the most important assets. So safety, security of people, families, etc., is paramount. So whether you can physically do, as we were talking, there physically may not be hospital beds, you may not be actually able to assist them entirely with medicine, but at least you can be there to support them emotionally, which is also very key. Another area where I think we need to understand is what can we do in our workplaces to accelerate vaccination. Now, I know that's not an immediate thing that you get vaccinated tomorrow and day after you're all fine, but we need to step up that, and we are, at least in our group, doing a lot of that, and we have a very large percentage of our people across the country vaccinated today. So that's all trying to help in some of these areas. But beyond this, we have to try and plan for how do we ensure that our supply chains work smoothly in a way. Pranjal, I think this lockdown, or call it shutdown or curfew, this is inevitable, because the whole spread has become really enormous. Now, whether the center sort of announces this or states do it is immaterial. And if from the front end, when you will have less consumption happening, is going to move backwards, and therefore is going to choke different parts of the chain. So whatever we learned from last time, how do we smoothen the impact and effect of this, is I think as a business leader, that engages our attention. So there are many more things, but and of course, conservation of cash is another issue. But I'll pause here for the moment and let my friends also say some things.
Sure, thank you, Harji. Sunilji, the point is that, until again April, we thought that the worst is over, and with vaccination rollout, fastest 100 million vaccination in the world is a tremendous milestone for a country, for the world's largest populous democracy, which is federal in structure. And therefore, I often say that, India should not be compared to any country because in some ways we are incomparable. So I like to take that positive point of view. But the fact is that this surge has taught us that in the next 12 to 18 months, we may see more such surges happening through more such variants. In that situation, leadership will be tested very, very frequently. How can a person like you prepare for that?
So good point, by the way. So to the challenge first, we must realize that we have no specific unique advantage that we thought we do, either because of our weather conditions or living in unsanitary conditions or getting BCG injections. The impression earlier was that all of these things, or some of them, have caused us to be in a safer space than the rest of the world, and we are less prone to getting infected. Clearly, that's not the case. We have faced a very similar situation to what many, many other countries saw, especially countries with large populations, which saw second waves, and now some of them are seeing the third wave. So the reality is staring us in the face is that we are not immune. We have to take the precautions that we have been talking about from day one. There is no other option. Now, as more data gathers, as you know, this is a new disease, so we never really had enough hard data and information on this earlier. As we are seeing more and more come in, one thing is clear, it is mostly airborne. So all of the precautions that you can do to protect yourself from an airborne disease is absolutely essential. I think that's one message that we have to get across to our own companies, our supply chain partners, our families, colleagues and friends, and to civil society. So wearing a mask, in fact, wearing a double mask when you are in a place where you can't help but be around other people is probably one of the most important things that you can do for self-survival. Second is, of course, maintaining distance as much as possible, staying as much in open air, because closed room where air is recirculating is a high risk area. So I don't want to go into all of those because that's well known. All I'm saying is we need to figure out a way to follow those both voluntarily as also forced behavior where it's required. So whether it's penalties, etc., for COVID inappropriate behavior, both these things are necessary. The second thing that's important is for us to only send those to hospitals who have no option. Those who can be treated at home should be, as many other countries have been doing for months on end. In countries like the UK, for example, I'm told 9 out of 10 times if you call an ambulance at home, they will give you a paracetamol and tell you to stay at home. That's it, nothing else, no more medication even. You stay at home if you have a headache, if you have fever, take another Panadol or something. And that's what they're doing. Only extreme cases are being taken to hospital. And our system is currently highly stretched, very stressed, and it's causing the kind of upsurge which we know will not be manageable if these numbers climb up beyond where they are right now. So the same thing, and I'm not talking of behavior related only to the COVID. I'm not going to the business conversation. Maybe we can come back to that because that's another important part of what we as companies can do. The other thing is that we have to play a role as industry, as companies, as businesses, to stand shoulder to shoulder with government to try and accelerate the entire process of vaccinating the nation and creating community immunity as much as possible. There are now studies which show that the requirement may be as much as 75 to 80% of the population getting inoculated before you develop herd immunity. So that is a much larger number than we had earlier imagined. And as I said, we are learning new things every day. So we need to keep ourselves open to learning these, not to creating panic and not to getting overexcited through WhatsApp messages, etc., which come each time there is some little bit that somebody talks about in even a private conversation.
That's a good point. And I think the point about planning for the future means that you have to be rooted in what is happening right now is important. Sanjay, to come to you, I think the question for somebody with in your group where you are across so many geographies and markets, the situation could be perhaps more confusing. So I want to also talk about the impact on business for a group like yours, because things are going up and down and every market is seeing a surge at a different time. And therefore, the predictability that every entrepreneur and a business leader needs, perhaps that is not going to be visible in 2021. What then can somebody like you do and other business leaders do to navigate 2021?
Yeah, thank you, Pranjal, for having me this evening. We're now facing the second wave of the pandemic. And I think the first thing that we need to do, at least in India, the first thing that we need to do is all of us had established protocols last year, and those need to be very quickly implemented. It is sad that this has happened at a time, Pranjal, like you said, that we all felt that we could have a wonderful 21, 22, and just at the beginning of the year, just like towards the end of not the last year, but the previous year, everything went on to lockdown. And I still remember telling my board, we had our annual operating plan meeting on the 19th of March, and I said, I think we need to tear up a document and rework the entire document again. And so, I think it's a little premature to express what the impact of this wave will be, but I think it's best to be prepared for the worst. I don't know if even epidemiologists, I don't know the exact spelling of pronunciation of the word, but even whether they understand, the virus, the way it's mutating, and what needs to be done. So whether it's like you said, it's going to be a steep up and a similar drop, I don't know what's going to happen. So as far as business over here is concerned, because over here we have 65% of our business. And we're bringing back the protocols of last year. Already, the number of people in the factories has been reduced, though they're still working. The offices are all closed. We have only our high-end computers running where we do design work. There's really no need to bring people back to the office. All of us have successfully worked from home last year, and I think the most important thing to do is keep our people safe. And therefore implement digital even more strongly than we had done last year. The second thing is, Mr. Singhania mentioned, look at our entire supply chain. That has to be, the integrity has to be maintained. Last year, we ensured, they have, like last year or the previous year, all of them stuck their necks out and delivered whatever needed to be delivered so that all of us could have a good year. And this is the time to ensure that they get paid their dues, which will come due or which has already come due based on payment terms. And because that we need to maintain regardless of anything else. Our plants, as you know, Pranjal, are all in rural India. We work with district administrations over there to support them in their activities. That has again started. Like Mr. Singhania mentioned, a large portion of our people are vaccinated. We've also tried to vaccinate families. We had a little problem in Devas because they said, no, they should not come to the plant. The families should not come to the plant. There are enough vaccination centers available. It's really too early or premature to understand what the impact on the supply chains is going to be. But I think the most important thing is we have to understand that there is a problem, because only then we will find a solution. Globally, it's been a wild ride. Fortunately, in every country, our business has been declared to be an essential service, and therefore all the plants are running. People outside India, I'm sorry to say, tend to be more disciplined. We've had very few cases. So the plants are running over there. The governments have supported us. Some countries have already had their second wave. I think England, where we have our largest plant, has already started reopening in some manner. So, we're trying to make sure that, the supply chain stays strong, people stay healthy, and whatever we can do to help the district administrations, because like I said, the plants are in rural India. Most of the times we are the only ones over there who can support them. So that will continue. So I'll stop over here.
Thank you. The question of business leadership, which Sunil ji, you mentioned, I want to place it to Harji as well. Harji, you've been also, all three of you have led industry associations. Today, what are the conversations going on in boardrooms in terms of planning? What are the challenges being flagged, and what are the opportunities which are being identified?
So the conversation, as I mentioned, is a lot of how we can try in the best possible manner to do things in a quote unquote orderly way, which is not actually possible, to be frank. That's why I said we have to respond rather than react to situations. So the conversation is really about, as Sanjay also said, which I had also made my remarks about the supply chain, but also, going a little one step deeper. Last time what happened was that because there was a sudden lockdown, so one didn't know what the effect would be. And therefore, if you are a manufacturing facility, you sort of continued producing till you could, or till your raw material supply ran out, or you were not able to transport goods. This time, one wants to be a little more nuanced around this to say, okay, with different states, and this time it's not national. So there are different states that are more, in a way, there are more, if I may say, complications or moving parts, because different states are having different regulations at different timings. So you try and say, okay, keep your ears much closer to the ground to say how much of your produce is really being consumed. Where do we pick up the signals in terms of consumption levels are getting impacted? And therefore work backwards on your entire supply chain. Otherwise, you will produce and you will have inventory, and you will have monies blocked and things like that happening. And also, so try and be a little more orderly, if you will, on this. The second point is, of course, what local ground level, something that Sanjay said is very important, which we actually experienced last time around, because a lot of our manufacturing, or most of our manufacturing facilities, are also in the rural areas or in the far away non-urban areas. If we work with the local administration authorities, the district magistrate, etc., on both the health hygiene side as well as in the planning of people's side, it helps a lot. And they actually, because they are close to the ground, they understand things. Most of them do better. That is the other side. I think one of the challenges we are going to experience is where there are expansion plans already going on. So it is really, we have some of those. So the real challenge there is you can't stop work overnight. And as you know, a lot of the people who work on those are non-permanent, sort of quote unquote migrant labor kind of people. So you've got to keep confidence going to say there are jobs, but along with safety norms, so you have to slow down the work, stagger the work a bit, and do all of that. But you want to prevent them from running en masse, just panicking and being scared. And Sunil made an important point overall, whether it's a society, whether as all of us, we should not panic, because I think there is much more panic. Anybody, like he said, and I just digress for a second, anybody who falls a little ill, obviously it is human psychology, but they panic and say, oh, is there a bed available? So I agree with him entirely that if we can do much more of the remote management, not just work from home, but take this away from metro cities to other towns to the extent we can at district levels, and get supplies of things going there. Easier said than done. That will help balance and alleviate things.
Let me take off from Pranjal. Let me take off from what Harsh is saying. Go back to business now in this part of the conversation. I think one of the things which we need to, it is a conversation on, but I think we need to push the pedal on this is use of technology, digitalization, and automation in our businesses. I think that's an absolutely essential requirement right now. Second is to build a tool of flexibility to plan for the unplanned, plan for the unimaginable. Literally, we used to say we have planned for a black swan event. Nobody had planned for this, by the way. I can tell you that for sure. I've had the conversation with over 1,000 companies now. None of us had a plan for this situation. So maybe in the future, we need to think about this. So one of the things we did, as you know, through our investment office, we invest in many other companies. We went back to each one of them and we said, you show us your cash flows, not the business plan. Please show us your cash flows as to how long you can last this business if your revenue comes down to 50% of what it is today and 0% of what it is today. You demonstrate to us how and what the business will do. And I think it's important for all of us to pressure test all of our businesses and companies in the future to ensure continuity, because many, many people depend on us. It's not just the business, it's the people. The knock-on effect is enormous. If any of these companies go down, we have never in India imagined the social impact for large job losses. And it can be profound on a country like ours. So it's important that we figure out a way to keep businesses going. And so it's two parts. One is in the immediate, and two, how do you take advantage of this downturn to actually do things which you otherwise could not do? I'll stop here and let Sanjay take on, because this is a very important part which not enough people think about.
So that's a great point, Sunilji. I think it's really about stress testing and also forcing companies to plan for sailing in stormy seas. It's easier, of course, to sail in calm waters, even though even then people say there are challenges. But to say that you have to have your feet on the ground and know that every 3 months there could be a sudden crisis which is facing you, and are you prepared for that? So, Sanjay, to continue that, I think we're also in a situation that from last year where it was a shock, we are in a situation where we know the devil a little bit better. And we also know that the devil is likely to spring more surprises, in which case the point of Harshji that we can do things, even the chaos which is happening around us, manage it in a more orderly manner.
Yeah, I really don't know whether we know this beast.
A little bit better, I said.
We certainly don't know enough, let's just say.
Yeah, we don't know enough. And I think before I answer your question, I think one of the things that we need to do is also we need to consider what is happening around us. In the sense that in the last 4 decades, we've had HIV/AIDS, which is a retrovirus. We've had the SARS, we've had Ebola, we've had this now, COVID-19. What is causing this? What is causing these viruses to jump from animals to human beings? And is it our exploitation? Is it our mass consumption which leads to mass exploitation? I really don't know, because we have to ensure at least sustainability of our species, right? If nothing else. And so with that, let me make the other point that, yes, we need to ensure that our businesses are far better able to withstand the shocks. And one of the points that was made earlier was, how do you ensure you stay cash positive, right? You have to be on top of it. You have to ensure that you don't lose out as you are running your business, and you're able to run your business going forward. Every single entity in that business, I think, will have its own problems. How do you solve problems, whether in India or across the world? I think each of us is learning. What we need to do now is document it and ensure that everyone in the organization is aware of how certain problems are sorted out. I mean, we thought that we had come out of this problem, and now we are facing it again. Okay, the very fact that we still have kept the protocols and you are going to follow them, I think is going to be useful. On the other hand, usage of technology. You, Pranjal, are aware that 10 years ago, we introduced IoT-enabled pumps in our township, right? We tried to sell that device for the longest period of time, and very unsuccessful. Only Magarpatta city in Pune decided that they would allow us to deliver such a system, and they're very happy. The best part was in the last year when maintenance people could not go to their plants. People didn't know what was happening. There were very few people. Suddenly, a lot of people were interested. We have delivered a lot of such systems. We hope to deliver even more. So how do you ensure through the use of technology that your business keeps running? I think that's one of the things that boards need to consider and are considering.
I'll come to Sunilji for a minute and then go to Harshji. Sunilji, you mentioned investment, and I think that's the key question here. With this, and as an investor who has a portfolio across several industries, do you see an impact on the investment cycle? Do you see an impact on finance and capital being available?
I think from investment point of view, this is a tremendous time, by the way, for two reasons. One is availability of funding today is easier than it was. Cost of funding is lower than it was. Even if you look at companies have actually de-levered themselves very significantly. So balance sheets have become much healthier. So it's on both ends. The investor community, because there is money flowing in even from overseas, because India's one of the few countries left which has a positive return. Most countries, the returns are zero or negative. So we are attracting monies from outside. And also the domestic investor has become a little bit more adventurous and also are willing to take a little bit higher risk than they were earlier. It's actually quite counterintuitive. Normally in a risky situation, people tend to pull back, and you're seeing that in some sections of the economy. But in most, it's very interesting. Even the capex cycle, it appears, which has been slow now for, as you know, 12 or 14 quarters, it looks like companies are actually considering serious and significant capex commitments in their own existing businesses in the next few quarters, because they're saying this looks like it will turn around. What the last quarter showed us was the demand, the moment the people get comfortable, demand will come back, and will come back with a vengeance almost. It has again slowed down a little bit for things like cars and commercial vehicles and two-wheelers, but to a large extent, demand has continued. And the belief is that this is a start of a long-term investment cycle, which will go on for the next decade or so.
Mr. Singhania, would you agree?
I would agree with what Sunil is saying, but with a slight nuance of caution, to the extent of only saying that, obviously it depends on which industry you are in. So let's break up investment from an investor investing, which is where Sunil is absolutely right. If you look at the long term, you're bound with given India's growth, you are likely to get very good returns. But if you come back into investment in businesses, in manufacturing, in assets or other stuff, anything, even service businesses that way, you have to see what is the sort of capacity. Now, if your business or your industry sector has pretty much got, closer to full capacity investments already made, so this is a good time to invest. But one has to believe in the long-term story. One has to also see issues around where your balance sheet is. It may be great to invest, but you've got to see balance sheet. But as Sunil said, that the good news is that a lot of people are de-levered, but clearly people who were suffering, who didn't have, in fact, are in difficulty, they are not going to invest. So this is an opportunity to invest, but one has to invest for a medium to long-term scenario and maybe be a little patient on returns at times, because we don't know how this will play out. One other quick point on investment is this will also be the opportunity for greater consolidation in businesses. And what has actually been happening, what we have seen from the last wave, is in a way that companies that were more advantageously placed. I don't want to say big get bigger alone, but yes, there is a truth to it, because if you were more advantageously placed in a business, you were able, and you had a better balance sheet, you were able to actually grow, also bounce back because of your supply chain integrity, as opposed to many others who were struggling to either get cash or to get their supply chains moving. So yes, there will be an advantage for such companies.
So this is a great debate actually, and Sanjay, I'd like your thoughts on this, because this is the decision that a business leader has to make about restructuring, letting some businesses go and to expand into new areas. The constant debate and choice between conserving cash versus investing for the future. The question then is, will 2021 see people investing more, or will they still wait for the next fiscal for perhaps calmer waters to take a bet?
It depends on each one's priorities and the way each one is made. Because some people like to take risks, some people would prefer not to take risks. I would, the last 1 year, we've been trying to ensure that we're sitting on cash, number one. Number two, sweat the assets, get more out of what you already have, and ensure that, the business keeps running more than anything else. So I think different people will make different decisions based on where they are. And who knows whether that's right or wrong.
But I think that's where that call.
I guess there is no right or wrong in this. As you said, Sanjay, it is going to be each one's situation. I think that is critical. That is important, that we all make the right decision based on where we are at that point in time. I think that's critical.
Can I make one here, Pranjal, on this very thing that on your question and what Sanjay said and Sunil said? I just want to mention one other thing. I think, one of the things as a business we need to understand is that investment does not mean that you necessarily invest in the same value chain and exactly the same manner as you did. So take Sanjay's example. He said he made these IoT pumps and he was sitting around. Now, which part, so I'm just taking that as an analogy, Sanjay, with your permission, that which part of the pump business do you invest in? Is it going to be more capacity to make more pumps alone? Or is it going to be to say, I am going to invest much more on the services, the digital, the enableability?
Yeah.
Or if I may quote unquote say smartness of the pump. And maybe for companies, that is where we need to do more, because in goods manufacture, we have been much more, hardware oriented, the manufacture of goods. So really, I think a lot of investment has to come in digital, in services, in enabling customer experiences. How do you sort of hardwire the industry, your company internally, still delivering the same? So I think that one will have to be very conscious of how business models are changing. And Sunil talked about the digital change in a big way. And that means your model has to change.
Correct. Yeah. Can we spend, sorry, go ahead, Sanjay.
Yeah. So, Harsh, you've opened up a different topic altogether, or maybe it's the same topic. But for the last few years, actually, we've invested very little in capacity utilization, but we've put in a lot of money in, artificial intelligence. Okay. Now that investment is more like, I don't think it's capital expenditure, because you're spending on it year on year. We've put in money on 3D printing. We've put in money on augmented reality, virtual reality, to have a far better experience for our people, for when they are trained, to capture, to document knowledge from the minds of people. That back end is where we have invested, rather than in hardcore manufacturing. And the software that goes with, because business models have changed. You see how much, a few years ago we used to buy music on CD-ROMs. We used to buy movies on CDs. Now it's Netflix, Apple Store. The question that people like me have to consider is my manufacturing going to turn into a subscription business? And how do I prepare for that? And I have to ensure that I prepare for that, right? And I'm one of the, if I can be, how can I be one of the first ones to get there, to have the simplest system to offer? You know, what is changing in the background is all these technologies that are actually coming in, and how do you choose what is going to be, that is the real decision that today leaders have to make, that what is the technology that you bet on, and what is the technology that after you bet on, you get the best return before it turns obsolete. And, you know, you just ride that wave going forward. So, you know, that's, I think Sunil wants to say something. So
yeah, I don't know. I want to pivot the conversation from what you are saying, Sanjay. I think there are two, Pranjal, if you don't mind, I'm going to push this conversation in two different directions right now. One is our immediate problem of getting the vaccines up, available, and out there. What is it that needs to happen to that? Whether it's regulatory permissions, whether it's more manufacturing, whether it's availability of IP to, instead of having 2 plants, to have 20 plants manufacture. We have 3 plus 2 in the pipeline, as you know, vaccines. How do we get them off the ground? Second is to the point that both Harsh and Sanjay have made. How do you focus on people's reskilling and attitude in the new world today? And in the direction that we are going in, you will need a certain different attitude of people and a completely different skill level. So how do you focus on this at this moment alongside making other investment? Because this investment, unfortunately, in India has been seen as a cost and never as an investment by a business at large. I'm not talking of individual companies. Some companies do an amazing job of reskilling people. But by and large in India, investment in people skills is not very high.
So, you know, this is a great point. I was going to ask all of you about this. The agility that all of you have referred to is now seen a lot in policy making. You know, we seem to have some order as well. You know, 1st of March, it was vaccination was opened for the senior citizens, 1st of April for 45 plus, and from 1st of May for 18 plus. So there is an order there. And from just a day ago, the plan to allow private players to collaborate directly with state governments, to go directly to other private healthcare providers, the vaccine makers, it seems to me that the ecosystem has also changed into a far more collaborative approach than what we had seen. So clearly, that's a good takeaway.
Absolutely. Harsh?
Please go ahead, Harji, Sunilji.
No, I mean, you're right. I mean, in the sense that the ecosystem is changing, and along with that, we have to, as I said, respond with that. But one thing which I'm a little bit, again, coming back to the vaccine issue, is going to be, again, to what extent are we going to harness the digital ability? Because just order, what I read of it is that it is, you know, a lot of the 18 plus, for example, vaccination is actually going to be much more state oriented as opposed to center. Because center has clearly said that we're going to do our 45 plus program and this. So states have to, each individual state, how efficiently they manage the process. How do you get them vaccinated and so on and so forth? So that each state's ecosystem, I mean, it's not that states are not digitally savvy. I think they have, within the last 2 years, they have progressed a lot. But that is going to be a key determinant of success. So we might initially see, if I may say, a little bit of patchy things happening, some places doing it better than the others, like program. I mean, that's probably true. But
there is no right or wrong, Mr. Singhania, because, you know, this is a classical debate whether, you know, if you centralize everything, people will criticize. If you give it to the states, then you say the center has abdicated, you know, its responsibility. So, you know, it's you will have two schools of thought on this anyway, and it could apply to an enterprise as well, whether it's completely run by the CEO or are the, you know, regional heads running the company. So, but the larger question is of collaboration a change in mindset where industry and government work far deeper together for a social objective.
Yeah, I think we have a big responsibility to play in this. How does industry put their best foot forward? And by the way, the state machinery is what was already being used. Even though center was driving it, please remember the delivery was already through the state machinery. So that doesn't change much. And incidentally, Harsh, for your information, the backend is still available. The app of the central government is still available to all the states to use. So actually the change is not a lot. It's just that you have the ability to have a dispersed decision-making to accelerate the process. And this is what we've all been asking for, by the way.
Yeah, which is a positive thing.
Yes.
No, I don't mean to criticize it. I'm only saying that the engagement level has to be much more there. And we have to see, that's why I said in the beginning also that we have to work with our local people, local authorities to actually see that it is effective and on the ground.
Sanjay, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, and one more thing I wanted to say was I hope that our, this is a problem that affects India. And I hope our politicians, all of them, speak in a united voice, because, we have a controversy in Maharashtra about medicines that were kept for some other state and all that. I think it's time to move beyond that. And whether it's state or local politicians, they have to understand that it's the lives of millions of people that are at stake, and we have to work together. And I believe as industry, we are ready to work with government, but we should not get any conflicting signals.
I'm not sure that's a certainty, by the way, in a democracy like ours, Sanjay. Yeah. We have to be realistic because of the kind of politics we have in India. You may get some broad alignment, but to have 100% unanimity, I would imagine is not possible in our system. So part of it, as you said, we should try and encourage as many of them to think alike or at least speak a similar language. But otherwise, we should also be mentally prepared. It's not going to happen 100%.
I think what is required is constructive criticism rather than blame game, because that's where it goes down. It's a downward spiral rather than improving and elevating the entire system that we have. But we have just
Munjal, that's, by the way, there's the most critical word you've used right now. We have to be very careful to avoid the blame game. Otherwise, it's going to a negative downward spiral rather than fixing any of our issues and problems. And there are plenty to fix right now. But I think we are all, the direction is right. We need to accelerate the process in many, many areas.
Yeah.
So if I were to close the session, we just have a minute left. I think net, the sense I get is there is a higher sense because we've been through difficult times in the last few months, but we know that we are better prepared, and at least we are mentally prepared to manage a crisis, even if it happens again in the next 3 months, which perhaps had caught us by surprise. So would you all agree that we are better placed and better mentally prepared to manage what lies ahead?
Quite. Despite the problem being more complex this time, the numbers being larger, the spread being faster, I think it's taken less time to come to grips with it. And the response both at the local level in states and the central government has been quite good, actually. And by the way, the problem is by no means over. So we have to be aware that there's a lot to do, but at least there is thinking in the right direction and action in the right direction.
Absolutely.
I would also agree with that. I think we should be optimistic. I think we will be able to get over this. We just should not let our guard down. That's all.
Absolutely.
If I may just add one last point, I think the continuity of communication is very essential. See, we also have to
quality communication, Harsh, not the strange WhatsApp messages that go around and scare people or excite people.
What I mean is that we also as a society have to realize that we have to be responsible. So it's not, gatherings and other things are not just by government fiat. We have to understand that, look, there is danger if you do this, even if it doesn't seem so visible. So how is that message communicated? Business, government put together, society. So we all become aware, and that's all.
I think I'll close on this point. We have run out of time. I think what we can say for sure is that there are several battles that lie ahead of us in this year and the next year. a lot of things that we can anticipate and much that we cannot possibly anticipate right now. But what is clear is that we are better prepared for a more coordinated and a collaborative approach to take these battles on. Thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we couldn't have had a better session than to close 2 days of very intense and interactive deliberations at the National Leadership Conclave of AIMA. Many thanks to all of you for giving us this very interactive and interesting session to close the conclave with. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of 2 very interesting days of discussion and deliberation at AIMA's 6th National Leadership Conclave. I'm sure that you would have enjoyed the sessions over the last day and a half. We'd like to once again thank all our sponsors who have supported us at this conclave and made it possible for us to organize this in truly a very, very difficult time for all of us. We thank our sponsors, Kevin Care Limited, Hero Enterprise, JK Paper Limited, and RP-Sanjiv Goenka Group. Our associate sponsors, Kirloskar Brothers Limited and Vodafone Idea Limited. Corporate sponsors, BSE, Indian Oil Corporation, and Tata Chemicals Limited. Our committee of hosts include Dempo Group of Companies, Nico Engineering Services Limited, and Patton International. With that, we close the National Leadership Conclave of AIMA, and we look forward to seeing all of you at the National Management Convention of AIMA in September 2021. Please stay healthy and stay safe. Thank you and good night.